Epistle on Jinn by Imam Ibn Taymiyyah. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. It is incumbent upon a human being to know that God Almighty has sent Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, to all the two burdened kinds, humankind and the Jinn. 4. And that he has made it binding upon them to believe in him and in what he brought, and to obey him, and that, 4. The Jinn are a kind of created beings who are morally responsible. They were given this name because they are concealed and hidden from sight. It is said in Arabic, Jana al-shay'a yajunnuhu jannan. He covered it, and everything that is covered from you has thus jun itself from you. From this, too, the embryo is called Janan, because it is hidden in its mother's womb. And from it comes Al-Majan, a term used for the grave and also for the shroud, because it covers the dead. And from it comes Al-Janan, a term used for the heart, because it is hidden within the chest. There has been disagreement about the origin of the Jinn. It was said, their origin is from the offspring of Iblis, so whoever among them is an unbeliever is called a devil. And it was said, the devils are specifically the children of Iblis, while those besides them are not from his progeny. Al-Fath 6:344. I say, texts have indeed come in which the word jinn is used with the meaning of devil. And this, just as Ibn Hajar said, strengthens the view that they are one single kind, of one single origin, but differing in category. Whoever among them is an unbeliever is called a devil. Otherwise he is called a jinn. Al-Fath 6:344. And he said, commenting on the hadith of Ibn Abbas, in which it is mentioned, a barrier was set between the devils and the news of heaven. And they went off through the byways and far horizons of the earth to discover the secret of that. And they listened to the messenger's recitation. God bless him and grant him peace. And at the end of it, God sent down upon his prophet, God bless him and grant him peace. Say, it has been revealed to me that a company of the Jinn listened. 72:1. Ibn Hajar commented, in this hadith there is affirmation of the existence of devils and jinn, and that they share one designation, and that they became two classes in consideration of unbelief and faith. So it is not said of one of them, if he has believed, that he is a devil. Al-Fath 8675. As for the substance from which they were created, it is fire. God Most High says, and the Jinn he created out of a confusing flame of fire. 55:15. And although the Jinn are morally responsible, their obligation is not identical to the obligation of humankind, since it is established that dung and bones are among the food of the Jinn, whereas consuming dung is forbidden to humans. Ibn Hajar says, they are bound to the oneness of God and to the pillars of Islam. As for what lies beyond that of detailed rulings, there is disagreement about it, because it is established that dung and bones are forbidden, while they are in fact the provisions of the Jinn. Al-Fath 6:345. And Ibn Taymiyyah says, the Jinn are commanded with fundamentals and branches in a manner suited to them, for they are not like human beings in definition and reality. Hence, what they are commanded and forbidden cannot be equal, within the limits of its very definition, to what applies to humans. Yet they share with humankind the very genus of moral responsibility, command and prohibition, declaring lawful and unlawful, forbidding and obligating. And this is something about which I know of no dispute among the Muslims. Majmu' al-Fatawa 4:223. The Jinn marry and reproduce, and they eat and drink. They also have multiple names. Ibn Abd al-Barr said, among the scholars of theology and the masters of the Arabic tongue, Jinn are spoken of in ranks. When they mention the Jinn in a pure and general sense, they say Jinn. If they mean one that dwells with people, they say Amir, and the plural is Ummah. If it is among those that trouble children, they say Arwah. If it becomes wicked and obstinate, then it is a shaitan. If it goes beyond that, it is a marid. And if it goes beyond that still, and its power becomes formidable, they say Ifrit, and the plural is Afat. Akam al-Marjan 21. To treat as lawful whatever God and his messenger have made lawful, and to forbid whatever God and his messenger have forbidden. To uphold as obligatory whatever God and his messenger have made obligatory. To love whatever God and his messenger have loved, and to dislike whatever God and his messenger have disliked. And everyone, whether of humankind or of the Jinn, against whom the proof has been established through the message of Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, and yet does not believe in it, deserves God's punishment, just as do their like among the unbelievers to whom messengers were sent. This is a foundational truth upon which the companions and those who followed them in excellence, and the leaders of the Muslims and all the other schools of Muslims, al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and others, are agreed. May God be pleased with them all. None among the Muslim communities differed regarding the existence of the Jinn, nor regarding the fact that God sent Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, to them. Indeed, the great majority of the unbelieving communities affirm the Jinn as well. As for the people of the book among Jews and Christians, they too acknowledge them, like the Muslims. And even if among them there are some who deny that, then likewise among the Muslims there are those who deny it, just as among the Muslim sects there are those who deny it, such as the Jahmiyyah and the Mu'tazila, though the great majority and their leaders affirm it. And this is so because the existence of the Jinn is established by reports of the prophets that have become recurrently transmitted, known by necessity. And it is known, too, that they are living, rational beings who act by choice, rather than mere attributes and accidents subsisting in man or in something else, as some atheists claim. For if the matter of the Jinn had not been transmitted from the prophets by a manifest, recurrent transmission, known to the learned and the unlearned alike, then a large community among those who believe in the messengers would have been able to deny them, just as a large community among those who believe in the messengers was not able to deny the angels, nor deny the resurrection of bodies, nor deny the worship of God alone without any sharik, nor deny that God sends messengers from humankind to his creation, and the like of that, matters about which the reports of the prophets have become recurrently transmitted, known to all people, both the learned and the unlearned, such as the coming of Moses to Pharaoh and Pharaoh's drowning, and Jesus' reviving of the dead, and the Messiah's address to the Jews and his summoning them, and the appearance of Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, in Makkah, and his migration to Medina, and his bringing of the Qur'an and the manifest laws, and the kind of extraordinary signs that appeared at his hands, the multiplying of food and drink, and information about past and future unseen things that no human being could know except through God's imparting of knowledge, and the like of this. For this reason God commanded his messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, to ask the people of the book about what had been recurrently transmitted among them, as in his saying, "And never have we sent before you any but men, to whom we granted revelation. So ask the people of remembrance if you do not know."
1643:5. For among the unbelievers were those who denied that God could send a messenger who is a human being. So God informed that those whom he sent before Muhammad were human beings, And he commanded that the people of the book be asked about that, if you do not know. 16:43. 6. And likewise they are asked about the oneness of God and other matters which the prophets brought, and which the unbelievers denied. God Most High says, "Say, God suffices as witness between me and you, and whoever possesses knowledge of the book." 13:43. And God Most High says, "So, if you are in doubt about what we have sent down to you, ask those who read the book before you." 10:94. And God Most High says, "Say, have you considered? If this is from God, and you deny it, while a witness from among the children of Israel bears witness to one like it, and believes, whereas you are arrogant." 46:10. Thus the testimony of the people of the book also lies in their confirmation of him through what he conveyed of news of the unseen, matters which none can know except a prophet, or one informed by a prophet. And they knew that Muhammad had not learned anything from the people of the book. And beyond this there is the testimony of the people of the book to him by what they find in their own books of his description, as in his saying, Most High. Is it not a sign for them that the learned of the children of Israel know it? 26:197. And his saying, Most High, and those to whom we have given the book know that it has been sent down from your Lord in truth. 6:114, and the like of this. This differs from what is not recurrently transmitted, except among a select group of scholars, such as the reports of the vision of God, and the punishment and trial in the grave, and the reports of intercession, the bridge and the basin. Such things may be denied by some who do not know them, out of ignorance and error. For this reason, a faction among the Mu'tazila, such as Al-Juba and Abu Bakr al-Raza and others, denied the jinns entering into the body of one afflicted by epileptic seizure. They did not deny the existence of the jinn, since the appearance of that, namely possession, in what is transmitted from the messenger is not like the manifest appearance of the existence of the jinn itself, even if they were mistaken in that. Hence Al-Ash'ari mentioned in Maqalat al-Sunnah wal-Jama'ah that they say, "The jinn enters into the body of the one afflicted by seizure, as God Most High says, those who devour usury do not rise except as one rises whom Satan has confounded by touch." 2:275. And Abdullah ibn Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, "I said to my father, a people claim that the jinn does not enter into the body of a human being. He replied, My son, they are lying. Here it is, speaking on his tongue. And this is an established matter in its proper place. What is intended here is that all the Muslim communities affirm the existence of the jinn, and likewise the vast majority of the unbelievers, like the people of the book, and likewise the generality of the Arab polytheists and others besides them among the descendants of Sam, and the Indians and others besides them among the descendants of Ham, and likewise the great majority of the Chaldeans and the Greeks and others besides them among the descendants of Japheth. Indeed, the masses of the various groups do not merely affirm the existence of the jinn. They affirm also the means by which they seek to draw the jinn to their aid through incantations, talismans, and the like. Whether such practices are widespread among the people of faith or among land. For the idolaters recite within their incantations, talismans, and charms things that contain worship of the jinn and glorification of them, and in general what people begin with of incantations, talismans, and charms whose meaning is not understood in Arabic. 7. Often contains association with the Jinn. For this reason, the scholars of the Muslims forbade those charms whose meaning is not understood, because they are a likely place for association with God, even if the one who recites them does not know that they contain association. In Sahih Muslim, from Auf ibn Malik al-Ashjar, he said, "We used to recite charms in the pre-Islamic time, and we said, 'Messenger of God, how do you see this?' He said, 'Present to me your charms. There's no harm in charms so long as there is no association in them.' And in Sahih Muslim also, from Jabir, he said, 'The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, forbade charms.' Then the family of Amr ibn Hazm came to the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, and said, 'Messenger of God, we have a charm with which we treat the scorpion's sting, and you have forbidden charms.' He said, 'Then present it to me.' So they presented it to him, and he said, 'I see no harm in it. Whoever among you is able to benefit his brother, let him do so.' This was the condition of the Arabs and the rest of the nations, matters whose description would be long to set out. And reports about that among the Arabs are recurrently transmitted to whoever knows the reports of the scholars of the Muslims, and likewise among others. Yet the Muslims' knowledge of the pre-Islamic state of the Arabs surpasses that of the rest of the nations, since the best of the nations were Arabs, and they had seen and heard what they were upon in the pre-Islamic time. This was among the causes for the Qur'an's being revealed, and thus they mentioned it in the books of Qur'anic commentary, and hadith, and biography, and campaigns, and jurisprudence. Hence the days of Arab ignorance became recurrently transmitted among the Muslims, whereas the rest of the polytheist nations are but like the Arab polytheists in this. Some of them were more intense in unbelief and further astray than the Arab polytheists, and some of them were less. And the verses which God sent down upon Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, wherein there is address to all created beings of humankind and jinn, were because his message was universal to the two burdened kinds. And even if the occasions for the revelation of verses were present among the Arabs, there is, by the agreement of Muslims, nothing in the verses that is restricted to the specific cause for which it was revealed. Rather, they only disputed, does it become restricted by the particular kind of cause that is asked about? As for a specific cause, no Muslim has ever said that the verses concerning divorce, zihar or li'an, or theft and highway robbery and the like, are restricted to the very person for whose sake the verse was revealed. This is what some people call refining the operative cause, tank al-manat, namely that the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, rules in a particular case, and it is known that the ruling is not confined to that case. So the Mujtahid 8 seeks to refine the operative cause of the ruling, so that he may know the kind to which the ruling applies. Thus, when the Bedouin 9, who had intercourse with his wife in Ramadan, was commanded to offer expiation, and it was known that the ruling is not confined to him, and it was known that his being a Bedouin or an Arab, and that the woman he had intercourse with was his wife, had no effect. Then, if a non-Arab Muslim were to have intercourse with his concubine, the ruling would be the same. But is what makes expiation binding the fact that he had intercourse in Ramadan, or the fact that he broke the fast? The first is the school of Al-Shafi'i and Ahmad in what is well known from him. The second is the school of Malik and Abu Hanifa. and it is a narrated explicit report from Ahmad regarding cupping, so something other than it is all the more so. Then Malik makes the effective factor the genus of whatever breaks the fast, whereas Abu Hanifa makes it the breaking of the fast by something that is of the same type as food, 10. And so he does not deem expiation obligatory for swallowing a pebble or a date pit. And they disputed, is it stipulated that he must have invalidated a valid fast? Ahmad does not stipulate this. Rather, every abstention that becomes obligatory in the month of Ramadan makes expiation obligatory if violated, just as the 4 Imams make a similar ruling concerning a corrupted state of ihram. For Ahmad, a corrupted fast is like a corrupted ihram, and both must be completed and carried through. Al-Shafi'ah and others do not make expiation obligatory except for a valid fast, and the dispute extends to one who ate and then had intercourse, or who did not form the intention to fast and then had intercourse, and one who had intercourse, then offered expiation, and then had intercourse again. And likewise his saying to the one who had entered into ihram for Umrah while wearing a cloak and perfumed with kaluk, "Remove the cloak from yourself, and wash away from yourself the trace of yellowness." 11. Was he commanded to wash because the person in ihram must not continue with perfume, as Malik says? Or because the man is forbidden to apply saffron? Yet this does not prevent continuing with perfume, as the saying of others. And on the first view, has this hadith been abrogated, 12, by Aisha's perfuming him during the farewell pilgrimage? And likewise his saying, when he was asked about a mouse that had fallen into clarified butter, "Throw it away, and what is around it, and eat your butter." 13. Is the effective factor the absence of change due to impurity, or its being solid, or its being a mouse that fell into butter, so that it does not extend to all other liquids? The like of this is much. This is something indispensable in the revealed laws, and it is not called analogical reasoning by many scholars, such as Abu Hanifa and those who deny qiyas, because of people's agreement on acting upon it, just as they agreed on ascertaining the operative cause, taqa'ak al-manat, and that is that the lawgiver attaches a ruling to a universal meaning. Then one looks into whether it is established in some types or in some individual cases, such as his command to face the Kaaba, and his command to seek the testimony of 2 witnesses from among our men whom we approve as witnesses, and his forbidding of wine and gambling, and his ordaining that oaths be released through expiation, and his differentiating between compensation and divorce, and other than that. Thus one must still examine some types. Are they wine, or an oath, or gambling, or compensation, or divorce? And some individual cases. Is this particular thing of this type? Is this person praying truly facing the Qibla? Is this person upright and acceptable? And the like of that. For this kind of ijtihad is agreed upon among the Muslims, indeed among rational people generally, in what they follow of the laws of their religion and obedience to their rulers, and the interests of their worldly life and their life to come. The reality of this returns to likening one thing to its counterpart and subsuming the particular under the universal. That is called analogical reasoning by resemblance, qiyas al-tamthil, 14, and this is called analogical reasoning by inclusion, qiyas al-shumul, 15, and the two are inseparable. For the common element shared among particulars in qiyas al-shumul, what the logicians call the middle term, is the common element in qiyas al-tamthil, which the jurists call the connecting factor, al-jami. the operative cause, al-manat, the effective cause, al-illa, the sign, al-imara, the prompting motive, al-da', the incitement, al-ba'ith, the determining factor, al-muqtad, the obligating factor, al-mujib, the common factor, al-mushtarak, and other such expressions. As for deriving the operative cause, takhrij al-manat, 16, it is pure qiyas, namely that a ruling is stated in a text regarding 5. The command to ask in this verse is not addressed to the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace. Rather, it is addressed to those among the polytheists who denied that. 6. Not found in the copy of Munar al-Dimashq. 7. Not understood in Arabic, meaning either written in a language other than Arabic or written in Arabic letters, but with an unintelligible meaning. Ruqa, charms, is the plural of ruqya, and it is the incantation by which the afflicted person is treated. 8. That is, the mujtahid. 9. Mention of this hadith became widespread in the books of legal theory with the wording, the Bedouin. But what I have seen in the hadith collections uses the wording, a man came, and they did not mention that he was a Bedouin. The compilers of the six al-Jama'ah, except al-Nasa', transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Huraira with the wording, a man, and likewise al-Bukhari, Muslim, and Abu Dawud transmitted it from the hadith of Aisha with the wording, a man. The apparent wording of the hadith indicates that this man was from the people of Medina. Abd al-Razzaq and al-Bayhaq transmitted it with the wording, the Bedouin, but it is mursal, and what we have stated is the sounder version. 10. This meaning in this passage is not clear, and in the copy of Munar al-Dimashq it appears likewise. Perhaps it was altered. What is intended is that Malik makes expiation obligatory for everything that is ruled to be a fast breaker, such as swallowing a pebble and the like, whereas Abu Hanfa does not make it obligatory except for a fast breaker that nourishes and is normally taken as food. 11. The compilers of the six transmitted it from the hadith of Ya'la ibn Umayyah, except Ibn Majah, and Al-Tirmidhi abridged it greatly. The wordings are closer to the wording of the author in what Muslim transmitted in some narrations, and in some agreed-upon narrations it states that he commanded him to wash 3 times, and the amount mentioned by the author here is part of the hadith. 12. That is because this story took place at Al-Jirana, and that was in the year 8, whereas the farewell pilgrimage was in the year 10. 13. The group, Al-Jama'ah, transmitted it from the hadith of Maimuna, except Muslim and Ibn Majah. 14. That is, likening a thing to its counterpart. 15. That is, subsuming the particular under the universal. 16. The difference between refining the operative cause, tank al-manat, and deriving the operative cause, takhrij al-manat, is that in the first it is known that the ruling is not confined to that particular case, and therefore one needs to clarify the operative cause of the ruling, whereas in the second the ruling is presumed to be. There are matters in which one may imagine that the ruling is confined to them alone, and then argue that something else is like them, either because there is no meaningful difference, or because they share a description for which evidence has established that the lawgiver attached the ruling to it in the original case. This, then, is the analogical reasoning, qiyas, affirmed by the great majority of scholars and denied by those who deny qiyas. Error most often enters here through failing to know the shared, connecting factor to which the lawgiver bound the ruling, and this is what is called the question of demanding proof, namely
that the objector demands of the arguer that the shared description between the original case and the derived case is truly the cause of the ruling or a proof of its causality. Thus, most of those who employ analogy err by imagining in the original case a cause that is not in fact a cause, and therefore their opponents have had much occasion to censure the people of corrupt analogy. But when proof is established that the supposed difference is to be set aside, and that between the original and the derived case there is no difference for which the lawgiver would distinguish between the two forms, or when proof is established that such and such a meaning is the very reason for which the lawgiver ruled as he did in the original case, and that meaning is found in another form, then this analogy is disputed only by one who does not grasp these two premises. This has its fuller elaboration elsewhere. What is intended here is that the call of Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, encompasses the two burdened kinds, the human and the Jinn, despite the diversity of their kinds. Hence, one must not imagine that he singled out the Arabs for any ruling at all. Rather, rulings are attached to such names as Muslim and unbeliever, believer and hypocrite, righteous and immoral, beneficent and wrongdoer, and other names mentioned in the Qur'an and the Hadith. In neither the Qur'an nor the Hadith is there any singling out of the Arabs for a ruling among the rulings of the sacred law. Yet some scholars imagined such a specification in some rulings, and the majority opposed them, just as a group, among them Abu Yusuf, supposed that the Arabs were singled out in that they should not be enslaved, while the great majority of Muslims hold that they may indeed be enslaved, as is established by sound hadith. For the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, took the Banu al-Mustalik captive as 17, and among them was Juwayriyah bint al-Harith. Then he set her free and married her. And because of her, those who had been taken captive from her people were set free. And in the hadith of Hawazin 18 he said, "Choose between the two, either the captives or the wealth." And in the two Sahahs from Abu Ayyub al-Ansar, from the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, that he said, "Whoever says there is no deity but God alone without partner, his is all dominion and his is all praise, and he has power over all things, 10 times will be as though he had set free 4 persons from the descendants of Ishmael." And in the two Sahahs also, from Abu Hurairah, that there was a woman captive from among the captives of Hawazin with Aisha, and he said, "Set her free, for she is from the descendants of Ishmael." And most of those whom the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, took captive among women and children were Arabs, and the full mention of this would be long. But Umar ibn al-Khattab, when he saw the great number of non-Arab captives and saw that people had no need to enslave Arabs, held the view that the Arabs should be freed on the basis of the ruler's consultation and his pursuit of public welfare, not on the basis of a legal ruling that binds all people. So whoever took from Umar's words what he presumed took it as a proof. And similarly, some presumed that jizya is not to be taken from the Arab polytheists, even though it is taken from the rest of the polytheists. The majority of scholars, however, hold that there is no distinction between Arabs and others. Then among them are those who permit taking it from every polytheist, and among them are those who do not take it except from the people of the book and the Magians, because the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, did not take jizya from the Arab polytheists, but he took it from the Magians, 19, and the people of the book. Thus those who say it is taken from every unbeliever say the verse of jizya was revealed after the Arab polytheists had entered Islam, for it was revealed in the year of Tabuk, and no Arab polytheist remained who was a belligerent enemy. And the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, would not have set out against the Christians in the year of Tabuk unless by God's command, while leaving the Hijaz with people within it who were fighting him. And then he sent 20 Abu Bakr in the 9th year, and he called out during the season that no polytheist should make pilgrimage after that year, and that no naked person should circumambulate the house. And the unrestricted treaties were annulled, while the time-bound treaties were left in place so long as their people remained faithful to the covenant, just as God commanded at the beginning of Surah Al-Tawbah. And those to whom the covenant was cast back were granted 4 months' respite. And when those months had passed, the command came to fight the polytheists altogether. So when the sacred months have passed, slay those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God wherever you may find them, and take them captive, and besiege them, and lie in wait for them at every ambush. But if they repent and establish prayer and give the purifying alms, then let them go their way. Behold, God is much forgiving, a dispenser of grace. 9:5. They said, this shows that all the polytheists were required to enter Islam, and that he was not satisfied with their payment of jizya. For after the religion of Islam became manifest, the Arab polytheists would have had no religion for whose sake they could endure paying jizya, humbly and with their own hand, since the generality of the Arabs had already become Muslim, and no Arab polytheist remained with a faith to which he could belong other than Islam, once God had made Islam prevail among the Arabs through proof and clarity, and through the sword, and through the tongue. And the Prophet saying, God bless him and grant him peace, I have been commanded to fight people until they bear witness that there is no deity but God, and that Muhammad is the messenger of God, and establish prayer and give zakah. 21. What he meant by this was fighting the belligerents whom God permitted to be fought. He did not mean fighting those under covenant whom God commanded that their covenant be fulfilled. For the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, before the revelation of Bara'ah, the declaration of disavowal, would make treaties with whomever he made treaties among the unbelievers without their paying jizya by hand. But when God sent down Bara'ah and commanded him to annul the unrestricted treaties, it was no longer for him to treat with them as he had treated. Rather, it was upon him to strive against all of them, as God says, so when the sacred months have passed. 9:5. And the religion of the people of the book was better than the religion of the idolaters, yet even so they were commanded to be fought until they give the jizya by hand and are humbled. So, if the people of the book may no longer be treated as they were treated before the revelation of Bara'ah, then the idolaters are even more deserving that they not be treated without that. They said, hence, the singling out of the people of the book by mention was, by implication, with greater reason, a warning against leaving the idolaters under treaty without humiliation and jizya, just as he used to treat with them for a period like the period of Al-Hudaybiyah and other treaties. They said, and it is established in the Sahaha, 22, in the Hadith of Buraidah, that he said, when the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, appointed an Amr over an army or a detachment, he would counsel him in his own private self to be mindful of God and to treat those with him among the Muslims well. Then he would say, go forth in God's name, in God's cause, fight those who disbelieve in God,
Go forth, and do not misappropriate, and do not betray, and do not mutilate, and do not kill a child. And when you meet your enemy among the polytheists, call them to 3 qualities or 3 options. Whichever of them they answer you with, accept it from them and refrain from them. Call them to Islam. If they answer you, accept it and refrain from them. Then call them to move from their land to the land of the emigrants, and inform them that if they do so, they will have what the emigrants have, and upon them will be what is upon the emigrants. But if they refuse to move, then inform them that they will be like the Bedouins of the Muslims. The ruling of God that applies to the believers will apply to them, but they will have no share in booty or fay, unless they strive alongside the Muslims. If they refuse, then ask them for jizya. If they answer you, accept it and refrain from them. But if they refuse, then seek God's help against them and fight them. And if you besiege the people of a fortress, and they want you to grant them the covenant of God and the covenant of his prophet, then do not grant them the covenant of God and the covenant of his prophet. Rather, grant them your covenant and the covenant of your companions. For if you break your covenant and the covenant of your companions, it is less grave than that you break God's covenant and the covenant of his messenger. And if you besiege the people of a fortress, and they want you to bring them down upon God's judgment, then do not bring them down upon God's judgment. Rather, bring them down upon your judgment. For you do not know whether you'll hit upon God's judgment concerning them or not. They said, in this hadith, he commanded the one he sent to call the unbelievers to Islam, then to migration to the towns, otherwise to payment of jizya. And if they did not migrate, they were like the Bedouins of the Muslims. And the Bedouins were, for the most part, polytheists. This shows that he called to jizya those whom he besieged among both idolaters and people of the book. And there were many fortresses in Yemen after the revelation of the verse of jizya, and among the people of Yemen were idolaters and people of the book. And he commanded, 23, Mu'ad, to take from every adult male 1 dinar, or its equivalent, in ma'afir garments, without distinguishing between idolater and people of the book. This indicates that the Arab idolaters believed just as some of the people of the book believed, and whoever among the people of the book did not believe paid the jizya. And the Prophet, 24, took jizya from the people of Bahrain, and they were Magians, and Abd al-Qais and others among the people of Bahrain entered Islam willingly. Yet the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, did not levy jizya upon any of the Jews in Medina, nor in Khaybar. Rather, he fought them before the revelation of the verse of jizya. He left the Jews in Khaybar as cultivators without jizya until Umar expelled them, for they had been under truce with him, and they were farmers upon the land. So he left them there because the Muslims needed them. Then he commanded their expulsion before his death, and he commanded, 25, the expulsion of Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula. So it was said, this ruling is confined to the Arabian Peninsula. And it was said, rather, it is general regarding all protected peoples, al-Dimma. If the Muslims have no need of their remaining in the lands of Islam, they should be removed. This is the view of Ibn Jara, 26, and others. And those who say jizya is not taken from an idolater say, the verse of jizya was revealed while idolaters still existed, yet he did not take it from them. What is intended is that he did not single out the Arabs by a ruling, even if it is said that he singled out the Arabian Peninsula that surrounds the sacred mosque, just as he singled out the sacred mosque by his saying, those who ascribe divinity to aught beside God are nothing but impurity.
so let them not come near the sacred mosque after this their year. 928. And likewise some scholars said, God has forbidden to all Muslims what the Arabs find repulsive, and made lawful for them what the Arabs find wholesome. The majority of scholars oppose this view, such as Malik, Abu Hanifa, Ahmad, and the earlier of his companions, though Al-Khiraq and a group of them agreed with Al-Shafi upon it. As for Ahmad himself, the bulk of his texts agree with the majority view, and with what the companions and the followers were upon, that making lawful and forbidding are not tied to what the Arabs deem pleasant or foul. For they deemed pleasant things that God forbade, such as blood, carrion, the strangled beast, the beaten to death, the fallen, the gored, the beast partially eaten by predators, and what has been consecrated to other than God. And they, indeed their best, found repulsive things that God did not forbid. Even the meat of the desert lizard, the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, disliked. And he said, 27, It was not in the land of my people, so I find myself recoiling from it. Yet with this, he said, it is not forbidden. And it was eaten at his table while he looked on. And he said of it, 28, I do not eat it, but I do not forbid it. And the majority of scholars said the good things that God has made lawful are whatever is beneficial for a person to eat in his religion, and the foul is whatever harms him in his religion. And the foundation of religion is the justice for whose establishment God sent the messengers. Whatever eating leads to transgression and wrongdoing is forbidden, just as he forbade, 29, every predator with fangs, because it is rapacious and aggressive, and the nourisher resembles what it nourishes. When flesh is formed from such beasts, the character of transgression and hostility forms within a human being. Likewise, blood gathers within it the powers of desire and anger, and when one's share of it exceeds the moderate, desire and anger exceed the moderate. Therefore, nothing of it was forbidden, except what is poured forth, spilled, unlike a small amount, which does not harm. And the meat of swine bequeaths generally vile traits, since it is the most shameless of beasts in every way. It recoils from nothing. And God did not forbid anything of the wholesome things to the community of Muhammad. Rather, he forbade such things to the people of the book, as God Most High says. So, because of the wrongdoing of those who follow the Jewish faith, we forbade them many good things that had been lawful to them. 460. And God Most High says, And unto those who followed the Jewish faith we forbade every animal with undivided hoof, and of oxen and sheep we forbade them their fat, save what is borne on their backs, or in their entrails, or what is mixed with bone. Thus did we requite them for their wrongdoing, and behold, we are indeed true to our word. 6146. As for the Muslims, nothing was forbidden to them except the foul things, such as spilled blood. But what is not spilled, like what remains in the veins, was not forbidden. Rather, Aisha mentioned that they used to put meat into the cooking pot, and then see traces of blood in the pot. 30. Therefore, according to the majority of jurists, a small amount of blood on the body and clothing is overlooked if it is not spilled blood. And if it is overlooked in food, then overlooking it in clothing and in carrying is even more fitting. Likewise, the saliva of a dog is overlooked, according to the majority of scholars, in hunting, as is the doctrine of Malik, Abu Hanifa and Ahmad, in the most explicit of the two reports from him, and one of the two views within the school of Al-Shafi'ah. Even though, according to the majority, washing a vessel after a dog licks it is obligatory,
Yet in hunting, the saliva is often abundant and widespread, and avoiding it would be difficult, unlike what is struck by hunting prey, which is little and localized in a solid body, and avoiding it is not difficult. And likewise, precedence in leading the prayer is by lineage. Most scholars do not say this, and there is no text from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, to that effect. Rather, what is established in the Sahih from him, God bless him and grant him peace, is that he said, "Let the people be led in prayer by the one most versed in God's book. If they are equal in recitation, then by the one most knowing of the Sunnah. If they are equal in the Sunnah, then by the one who migrated earlier, and if they are equal in migration, then by the one earlier in entering Islam." 31. Thus he gave precedence by excellence in knowledge, then excellence in practice. And he gave precedence to the one who knows the Qur'an over the one who knows the Sunnah, and then to the one earlier in entering the religion over the one later in entering it. And he did not mention lineage. And by this Ahmad and others held, and thus the Imams were ranked, just as the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, ranked them, and lineage was not mentioned. Likewise, most scholars, such as Malik and Abu Hanifa, did not prefer by lineage, though Al-Shafi'i did incline to it, and a group among the companions of Ahmad, such as Al-Khiraq and Ibn Hamid and Al-Qad and others, held it to be weightier, and they argued by the statement attributed to Salman al-Faris. "You have a claim upon us, O company of Arabs, that we do not lead you in your prayer, and that we do not marry your women." 32. The early scholars say, Salman said this only as a gesture of giving the Arabs precedence over the Persians, much as a man says to one nobler than himself, "Your rank is exalted." But Salman's statement is not itself a legal ruling binding upon all creation, such that they must follow it as they must follow the rulings of God and his messenger. Rather, the Persians take Salman as a noble exemplar, for Salman preceded the Persians. Likewise, taking lineage into account in the people of the book, 33, is not the statement of any of the companions, nor do the great majority of scholars like Malik, Abu Hanifa, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and the earlier of his companions, hold it. Yet from Ahmad 2 narrations are related, and some chose taking lineage into account, in agreement with Al-Shafi. And Al-Shafi took this from Atta. This has its fuller elaboration elsewhere. What is intended here is that the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, bound rulings to the effective attributes in what God loves and in what he dislikes. So he commanded what God loves and called to it according to what is possible, and he forbade what God dislikes and censured it according to what is possible. He did not single out the Arabs with any type among the types of legal rulings, since his call was for all creatures. Yet the Qur'an was revealed in their tongue. Indeed, it was revealed in the tongue of Quraysh, as is established from Umar ibn al-Khattab, that he said to Ibn Mas'ud, "Teach the people in the language of Quraysh, for the Qur'an was revealed in their language." And so too the Qur'an was revealed in their tongue, as Uthman said to those who were writing out the Mushaf from among Quraysh and the Ansar, "If you differ over anything, then write it in the dialect of this clan of Quraysh, for the Qur'an was revealed in their tongue." 34, 35. And this was for the sake of instruction, because he first conveyed to his own people, then by their means conveyed to the rest of the nations. God commanded him to convey to his people first, then to convey to the nearer, then the nearer, just as he commanded that one strive against the nearer, then the nearer. And what many scholars have mentioned, that non-Arabs are not equal matches for Arabs in marriage is a disputed matter among the scholars. Among them are those who see compatibility only in religion, and among them are those who see it in lineage as well. Those who see it in lineage argue with Umar's statement, "I will surely prevent women of lineage from marrying except men who are equal matches." 36. For marriage is intended to bring about good companionship, and if the woman is of higher standing, 37, the aim may not be realized. Those who made that a right of God went so far as to invalidate a marriage if the woman is married to one not equal to her in religion or lineage. Those who made it a human right said in that there is harm upon the woman and her guardians, and the matter is theirs in that. Then these people do not restrict compatibility to lineage. Rather, they say it is in the traits by which souls take pride, such as profession, wealth, freedom, and the like. These are matters of juristic striving, returned to God and his messenger. Whatever comes from God and his messenger agreeing with one of the two views is to be followed, and whatever comes from God does not differ. So no one's statement can be a proof against God and his messenger. And there is no explicit sound text from the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, in these particular matters. 38. Rather, it is established that he said, God has removed from you the arrogant pride of the age of ignorance and its boasting in forefathers. People are only of two kinds. One is a God-conscious believer, and an immoral, wretched one. 39. And in Sahih Muslim it is related from him that he said, 4 matters remain in my community from the affairs of the age of ignorance. They do not abandon them. Boasting about ancestry, disparaging lineages, wailing over the dead, and seeking rain by the stars. 40. And it is established from him that he said, God chose Kinana from the descendants of Ishmael, and he chose Quraysh from Kinana, and he chose Banu Hashim from Quraysh, and he chose me from Banu Hashim. So we are the best of you in person, and the best of you in lineage. 41. And the great majority of scholars hold that the Arab people as a whole are better than others, just as Quraysh as a whole are better than others, and Banu Hashim as a whole are better than others. And it is established from him in the Sahih that he said, People are like mines of gold and silver. Their best in the age of ignorance are their best in Islam, when they attain understanding. 42. Yet the preference of one group over another does not entail that every individual is better than every other individual. For among non-Arabs are many who are better than most Arabs, and among those not of Quraysh, among the emigrants and the helpers, are those who are better than most of Quraysh, and among those not of Banu Hashim within Quraysh are those who are better than most of Banu Hashim. As the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, The best of generations is my generation, then those who follow them, then those who follow them. 43. And the later generations contain those who are better than many from the second and third generations. Yet the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, did not single out the second and third generations with a legal ruling, just as he did not single out the Arabs with a legal ruling. Nor did he single out some of his companions, 44, with a legal ruling to the exclusion of the rest of his community. But he did inform of the virtue that God granted his companions, and likewise the early forerunners he did not single them out by a ruling. Rather, he informed of the virtue they possessed because of what distinguished them in deeds, and that has nothing to do with lineage. What is intended here is that he was sent to all the two burden kinds, humankind and the Jinn, and he did not single out the Arabs to the exclusion of other nations by legal rulings. But Quraysh were singled out in that leadership, Imamah, is among them. And Banu Hashim were singled out in the forbidding of zakah to them, because Quraysh were the best of the Arabs, and it is fitting that leadership, as far as possible, be in the best of peoples. Yet leadership is not a comprehensive affair belonging to every one of them. It is borne only by one person among people. As for the forbidding of charity, sadaqah, it was forbidden to him and to the people of his house, as a completion of their purification and as a removal of suspicion from him, just as he was not inherited from. So his heirs do not take a dirham nor a dinar. Rather, what comes to him of the wealth of God is only what he spends, and the rest of God's wealth he disposes of in what God and his messenger love. And his near kin are given, as is known, from the wealth of khums and fay, from what is given for the wider interests of Muslims, not restricted to specific categories like the alms. Then, regarding what was made for the Prophet's near kin, it was said, it lapsed with his death, as Abu Hanifa says. And it was said, it is for the near kin of whoever takes charge after him, as is narrated from him. God does not grant a prophet any allotment except that it is for the one who takes charge after him. 45. And this is the statement of Abu Thar and others. And it was said, Uthman took it for Banu Umayyah. And it was said, it is for the near kin of the messenger. God bless him and grant him peace. Always. 17. Al-Bukhari, Muslim and Abu Dawood transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Sa'd al-Khudra, and also from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar. 18. Al-Bukhari and Abu Dawood transmitted it from the hadith of Marwan and Al-Miswar ibn Makhrama. 19. Al-Bukhari, Abu Dawood and At-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf. 20. It is likewise in the copy of Munar al-Dimashq, and perhaps it should read, and he sent. 21. Agreed upon, mutafaq alayh, from the hadith of Ibn Umar. 22. Muslim, Abu Dawud and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it. 23. Every adult male, its equivalent, ma'afir garments, it was in Yemen. Abu Dawud transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Ayyub and from the hadith of Abu Wa'il from Mu'adh, and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Wa'il from Mu'adh. He said, a Hasan hadith. They transmitted it from the Mursal report of Masruq, and he said, this is more sound. An-Nasa transmitted it from the hadith of Masruq from Mu'adh. Al-Alban said, Al-Hakim said, sound according to the conditions of the two sheikhs. Al-Dhahab agreed with him. I say, it is as they said. It has also been said, Masruq did not hear from Mu'adh, so it is disconnected, and therefore not a proof. Ibn Hajar said, it was judged sound, because Masruq did not meet Mu'adh. Rather, Al-Tirmidhi only declared it Hasan, due to its supporting reports. Al-Fath 3:244. He also said, it is said Masruq did not hear from Mu'adh. Ibn Hazm went far in establishing this. Ibn al-Qattan said, this is on the basis of likelihood, and one ought to judge his hadith as connected according to the view of the majority. Ibn Abd al-Barr said in Al-Tamhad, its connected chain is sound and established, and Al-Zayla mentioned Ibn Hazm's retraction from saying that Masruq did not meet Mu'adh, and cited Ibn Hazm's words from his book Al-Muhalla, Nasb al-Raya 2:246. Ibn Hajar said, Abu Dawood said, it is a rejected hadith, munkar. It has reached me from Ahmad that he used to mention it. Al-Talkhiz 4, Dafos 136-24. Al-Bukhari, Muslim, Al-Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah transmitted it from the hadith of Amr ibn Auf al-Ansar. 25. Al-Bukhari, Muslim and Abu Dawud transmitted it from the hadith of Ibn Abbas, and in it, expel the polytheists from the Arabian Peninsula. 26. His view about this, in every land conquered by the Muslims by force, has proceeded. Al-Fath 6272, 27. The compilers of the six transmitted it except Al-Tirmidhi, from the hadith of Khalid ibn al-Walad. And a similar report is transmitted from the hadith of Ibn Abbas by Al-Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Dawud and Al-Nasa'. 28. Al-Bukhari, Muslim, At-Tirmidhi and An-Nasa' transmitted it from the hadith of Ibn Umar. 29. The group transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Tha'laba al-Khushanah with the wording of prohibition. And Al-Nasa' also transmitted from his hadith with the wording, "It is not lawful." 30. Ibn Jarr transmitted it in his Tafsir, and Ibn Kathir said, Sahih Garb, 284. And in it, they did not consider the meat of predators to be harmful. Perhaps Ibn Kathir found this addition objectionable. 31. The group transmitted it except Al-Bukhari from the hadith of Abu Mas'ud al-Ansar. 32. Al-Bazar transmitted it, and its wording is, "We prefer you, O company of Arabs, for the superiority of the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, among you, and we do not marry your women, and we do not lead you in prayer." Ibn Taymiyyah said after citing it, "Its chain is good." Iqtida al-Sirat al-Mustaqam, Pasano 157. Al-Alban said, "The sum of what is said is that the basis of this report is from Salman through Abu Ishaq al-Sabr, and he is a confused Mudalis. Whoever is safe from his confusion is not safe from his tadlas, because he is known for doing so in all his roots from him, and God knows best. It seems that it has no basis from Salman at all." Then he mentioned an athar that Ibn Taymiyyah cited in Al-Iqtida, in which it says, they said to him, "Pray with us, O Aba Abdillah, you are more entitled to that." He said, "No, you are the Banu Ismail, you are the leaders, and we are ministers." Then Al-Alban said, "This is a sound chain." Al-Irwa 6281. He also related this report from Salman as marfu, then said of it, "It is fabricated." Al-Alban said, "It is fabricated." 33. This refers to those who stipulated regarding the lawfulness of the slaughtered animals of the people of the book and the permissibility of marrying their women, that they be among those who entered the religion of the people of the book before alteration and abrogation. And thus they made consideration in the people of the book depend on lineage rather than the individual himself. Ibn Taymiyyah said, 25-23, "The correct view, decisively, is that a man's being a person of the book, or not, is a ruling established in himself, not in his lineage." 34. Ibn Hajar said, Abu Dawud transmitted from the root of Ka'b al-Ansar that Umar wrote to Ibn Mas'ud, "The Qur'an was revealed in the language of Quraysh, so teach the people in the language of Quraysh, not in the language of Hudayl." Al-Fath 99. I say, I did not find its source in Sunan Abu Dawud, nor did Al-Mizzi mention it in Al-Atraf. 35. Al-Bukhari and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it. 36. Al-Daraqun transmitted it. Al-Alban judged it weak. Then he cited another wording for it, also marfu, from the hadith of Ibn Umar and Aisha, and Al-Alban judged it fabricated and transmitted the words of earlier scholars concerning it. Al-Irwa 6268, 37. It is likewise in the copy of Munir al-Dimashqi, and perhaps its correct wording is, "if she is of higher standing." 38. Ibn Hajar said, "No hadith has been established regarding taking compatibility, kafa'ah, into account by lineage." Al-Fath 9133. And what Al-Bazar transmitted from Mu'adh on this point is marfu, but its chain is weak, and it is also transmitted marfu from the hadith of Ibn Umar and Aisha. Al-Alban judged it fabricated, and he cited the words of those before him. Al-Irwa 39. Abu Dawud and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Huraira, and the author cited part of the hadith. Al-Tirmidhi said, Hassan, Tuhfat al-Ahwada, Conten, 456. Ibn Taymiyyah said, Sahih, al-Iqtida, page 72. 40. Muslim alone transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Malik al-Ash'ari, and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Huraira. Al-Ghazali mentioned boasting about ancestry in place of boasting about lineage. 41. Muslim and Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Wathila ibn al-Asqa, and in it there is not. So we are the best of you in person, and the best of you in lineage. Al-Tirmidhi transmitted it from the hadith of Al-Abbas with the wording, So make me among the best of them, in person and in lineage. He said, a Hasan hadith. And he said, a Hasan Sahih Gharb hadith. Tuhfat al-Ahwadhat 1077. Ibn Taymiyyah affirmed the first wording from Al-Tirmidhi, Al-Iqtida, page 150, 42. Al-Bukhari and Muslim transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Huraira, and it is not in Al-Bukhari with the wording, like mines of gold and silver. The author cited part of the hadith. 43. The group transmitted it except Ibn Majah from the hadith of Imran ibn Hussein, and Imran doubted whether he said, after my generation, 2 generations, or 3. The group except Al-Nasa transmitted it from the hadith of Ibn Mas'ud, without doubt in one of Muslim's roots, and Muslim also transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Huraira with doubt, and also from the hadith of Aisha without doubt. These narrations are only with the wording the best of people, or the best of my community. There is no wording the best of the century. Al-Bukhari transmitted marfu from the hadith of Abu Huraira. I was sent from the best generation among the children of Adam, generation after generation, until I came from the generation in which I was. 44. I say, the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, singled out Khuzaymah al-Ansar by making his testimony equal to the testimony of 2 men, as is established in Al-Bukhari and elsewhere. 45. Abu Dawud transmitted it from the hadith of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq with the wording, Fatima came to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq seeking her inheritance from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace. Abu Bakr said, I heard the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, say, God, when he grants a prophet an allotment, it is for the one who takes charge after him. In its chain is Al-Walad ibn Jama'. Muslim also transmitted from him, and Abu Dawud, Al-Tirmidhi, and Al-Nasa. Ibn Hajar summarized the scholar's statements about him in Al-Taqrab and said, Saduq, but he errs. Ibn Kathir said in Al-Irwa, Hasan. Al-Alban said in Sahih al-Jami', Sahih, whereas in Al-Irwa he said Hasan, and he cited from Ibn Kathir his statement. The wording of this hadith is strange and objectionable. Al-Irwa 576. Then among those scholars are some who say it is fixed by the law and it is 1/5 of 1/5, just as Al-Shafi'is and Ahmad, in what is most famously reported from him, maintain. And it has also been said, rather, it is the full 1/5, to be expended for the welfare of the Muslims, according to the ijtihad of the Imam, and not to be divided into equal predetermined shares. This is the view of Malik and others, and it is related from Ahmad that he included 1/5 of the zakah within it. 46. Upon this view, the book and the sunnah, and the way of the rightly guided caliphs all bear witness. But a fuller exposition of these matters belongs elsewhere. What is intended here is this. that certain verses of the Qur'an, even if the immediate occasion that brought them down concerned matters found among the Arabs, nevertheless carry a ruling that is universal, embracing whatever their wording and meaning require, in whatever form it may occur. And Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, was sent to humankind and to the Jinn. The great majority of nations acknowledge the existence of the Jinn, and they have had with them occurrences whose description would take long. None deny the Jinn, except a small faction among the ignorant, some who dabble in philosophy, physicians, and the like. As for the foremost among the people, what is transmitted from them is either affirmation or else that no statement of theirs on the matter is reported at all. It is well known of Hippocrates that he said concerning certain waters that they are beneficial for epilepsy. I do not mean the epilepsy treated by the people of the temples, 47, but I mean the epilepsy treated by physicians. And he said, our medicine, compared to the medicine of the people of the temples, is like the medicine of madmen compared to our medicine. And whoever denies this has no proof upon which he can rely to establish negation. All he has is lack of knowledge, since his craft contains nothing that would point to it. It is like a physician who considers the body only in respect of its health and sickness as they relate to temperament. This does not speak to what may come from the side of the soul, nor from the side of the Jinn. Yet it is known, apart from medicine, that the soul has a tremendous influence upon the body, greater than the influence of medical causes, and likewise the Jinn have an influence in this. Thus did the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, say in the sound, Hadith, truly, Satan runs in the son of Adam as the blood runs. 48. And the blood here is that vapour which physicians call the animal spirit, issuing from the heart, coursing through the body, and by which the body lives, just as this has been set forth elsewhere in detail. What is meant here is that Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, was sent to the two species charged with moral responsibility, humankind and the Jinn. God has indeed informed us in the Qur'an that the Jinn listened to the Qur'an, and that they believed in it, as he, exalted is he, says, And lo, we caused a group of the Jinn to turn towards thee, so that they might give ear to the Qur'an. And when they came into its presence, they said, Listen in silence. And when it was finished, they returned to their people as warners. 46:29, up to his saying, Those are in manifest error. 46:32. Then he commanded him to make this known to people. And so he, exalted is he, says, Say, it has been revealed unto me that a group of the Jinn listened to the Qur'an, and then said, Behold, we have heard a wondrous Qur'an. 72. And so on. Thus he ordered him to speak of this so that human beings might come to know the states of the Jinn, and that he was sent to both men and Jinn, because in this lies guidance for both. What is incumbent upon them of faith in God and his messengers and the last day, what is incumbent of obedience to his messengers, and what is forbidden of associating partners, including seeking protection in the Jinn and others, as he says in that surah, And it has been revealed unto us that there were men from among human beings who used to seek refuge with certain men from among the Jinn, and so they increased them in arrogance. 72. A man among the humans would come down into a valley, and valleys are the haunts of the Jinn, for they are found in valleys more than they are found upon the highlands of the earth. And the human would say, I seek refuge in the mighty one of this valley from the foolish among them. When the Jinn saw that humans were seeking protection in them, their insolence and their folly only increased. 49. And by this the conjurer and the one who chants incantations respond to them with their names and the names of their kings, for he binds them by oaths in the names of those whom they venerate, and thus they attain, by means of him, leadership and prestige over human beings, something that drives some humans to magnify them and to fulfill certain of their demands, especially since the Jinn know that humans are nobler than they and higher in rank. So, when humans abase themselves before them and seek refuge in them, it is like the great among people humbling himself before their lowly, only so that his need may be met. Among them, then, are devils who choose unbelief and idolatry and disobedience to the Lord. Iblis and his hosts among the devils crave evil, delight in it, pursue it, and cling to it, by the foulness that governs their own selves, even though it brings about their torment and the torment of those whom they lead astray. Thus did Iblis say, "So by thy might I shall most certainly lead them all astray, except thy servants from among them, those who are truly devoted." A2, 83. And God, exalted is he, says, Iblis said, "Do thou see this one whom thou hast honoured above me? If thou but grant me respite until the day of resurrection, I shall most certainly seize his descendants, except a few." 17:6-2. And he, exalted is he, says, and indeed Iblis proved true his opinion of them. So they followed him, except a group of believers. 34:20. And the human being, when his soul becomes corrupt, or his temperament becomes corrupt, may desire what harms him and take pleasure in it. Indeed, he may become passionately attached to it with a passion that ruins his mind, his religion, his character, his body, and his wealth. And Satan is foul in his very essence. And so, when the practitioner of talismans, oaths, and the writings of spiritual magic, and the like, draws near to them with what they love of unbelief and idolatry, that becomes for them like a bribe and a bartle. 50. Then they fulfill some of his aims, like one who gives another money so that he may kill for him whom he wishes killed, or so that he may aid him in an obscenity, or so that he may attain an obscenity together with him. Hence, in many of these practices they write the words of God, God forbid, with filth, and they may invert, 51, the letters of God's speech, mighty and majestic, or write the letters of Al-Fatiha, or the letters of Say, He is God, 1, or other than these, either with blood, 52, or with something else, either with impurity or without impurity. Or they write something else that pleases Satan, or they utter such things aloud. And when they speak or write what pleases the devils aid them in some of their aims, such as causing the water of some spring to vanish into the earth, 53, or carrying him through the air to certain places, or bringing him wealth from the possessions of some people, just as devils steal from the wealth of traitors and from the wealth over which God's name has not been mentioned, and then bring it to him, or other than that. And I know in every one of these kinds of specific matters those who practice them, and those to whom they occurred. And what I know of them, if I were to relate it, would be long indeed, for they are very many. What is intended is this, that Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, was sent to the two species, and the Jinn listened to his recitation and returned to their people as warners, as God, mighty and majestic, has informed. This is agreed upon among the Muslims. Then the greater number of Muslims among the companions, 54, and the followers and others, say they came to him after this, and that he recited the Qur'an to them, and they pledged allegiance to him. They asked him for provisions for themselves and for their beasts, and he said to them,
For you is every bone over which God's name has been mentioned. It will return to you with the most abundant meat upon it, and for you is every droppings pellet, as fodder for your beasts. Then the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, So do not cleanse yourselves with these two, for they are the provision of your brothers among the Jinn. This is established in Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from the Hadith of Ibn Mas'ud. And it is also established in Sahih al-Bukhari and elsewhere from the Hadith of Abu Huraira that he, God bless him and grant him peace, forbade cleansing oneself with bone and dung in numerous reports. In Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from Salman, it was said to him, Your Prophet has taught you everything, even the manner of relieving yourselves. He said, Yes, indeed. He forbade us to face the Qibla while defecating or urinating, and to cleanse ourselves with the right hand, and to cleanse ourselves with fewer than 3 stones, and to cleanse ourselves with dung or bone. And in Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from Jabir, he said, The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, forbade that we wipe ourselves with bone or with a droppings pellet. And likewise the forbiddance of this comes in the Hadith of Khuzaimah ibn Thabit, al-55, and others. And the reason for this is made clear in the Hadith of Ibn Mas'ud. In Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from Ibn Mas'ud, the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, A caller from among the Jinn came to me, and I went with him, and I recited the Qur'an to them. He said, So we set out, and he showed us their traces and the traces of their fires. And they asked him for provisions, and he said, For you is every bone over which God's name has been mentioned. It will fall into your hands as meat, and every droppings pellet is fodder for your beasts. Then the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, So do not cleanse yourselves with these two, for they are the provision of your brothers. And in Sahih al-Bukhari and elsewhere from Abu Huraira, he used to carry with the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, the vessel for his ablution and for his need. While he was following him with it, he said, Who is this? I said, Abu Huraira. He said, Bring me stones with which I may cleanse myself, and do not bring me bone or dung. So I brought him stones, carrying them in the corner of my garment, until I placed them beside him. Then I went away, and when he finished, I walked and said, What is the matter with bone and dung? He said, They are from the food of the Jinn. A delegation of the Jinn of Nasabin came to me, an excellent Jinn they are, and they asked me for provisions, so I prayed to God for them, that they should not pass by any bone or any dung, except that they would find food upon it. And when the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, forbade cleansing oneself with what would spoil the food of the Jinn and the fodder of their beasts, this also serves as a warning, by the stronger reason that one must refrain from what would spoil the food of humans and the fodder of their beasts. Yet people's natural disposition finds aversion to that plainly, unlike the case of bone and dung, for the impurity of the jinn's food is not something known. Hence the many sound hadiths that came forbidding it. And these sound hadiths also establish that he addressed the jinn and they addressed him, and that he recited the Qur'an to them, and that they asked him for provisions. And it is established in the 2 Sahihs from Ibn Abbas that he used to say, The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, did not see the jinn, nor did he speak to them. Rather, he was only informed, 56, that they had heard the Qur'an. Ibn Abbas knew what the Qur'an indicates of that, but he did not know what Ibn Mas'ud and Abu Huraira and others, 57, knew of the jinn coming to him and his speaking with them,
while he had indeed been informed of this in the Qur'an and commanded to inform people of it. And that was at the beginning of the matter, when the heaven was guarded and they were barred from the tidings of the heaven, and it was filled with a mighty guard. In this were proofs of prophethood, full of lessons, as has been set forth elsewhere. Then, after this, they came to him, and he recited the Qur'an to them. And it is related, 58, that he recited to them Surat al-Rahman, and it came to pass as in the verse, "So which of your Lord's blessings will you two deny?" 55:13. They said, "Not one of thy blessings, our Lord, do we deny, so unto thee belongs all praise." And God has mentioned in the Qur'an, in his address to the two species, what clarifies this foundation, such as his saying, "Exalted is he." O you assembly of the Jinn and mankind, did there not come unto you messengers from among yourselves, who conveyed unto you my messages, and warned you of the meeting of this your day? They will say, "We bear witness against ourselves." 630. And God has informed about the Jinn, that they said, "And among us are the righteous, and among us are others not so. We have been of diverse ways." 72:11. That is, different paths, Muslims and unbelievers, people of the Sunnah and people of innovation, and they said, "And among us are those who have surrendered themselves to God, and among us are the unjust. So whoever has surrendered himself, those are they who have sought right guidance. But as for the unjust, they are fuel for hell." 72:14-15. And the unjust, or qasit, means the one who deviates and wrongs. It is said, kasata when he acts unjustly, and aksata when he acts justly. Their unbelievers will be punished in the hereafter by the agreement of the scholars. As for their believers, the majority of the scholars hold that they will be in paradise. And it has been related, 159, they will be in the gardens of paradise, whom humans can see, while they, the Jinn, do not see them. This view is transmitted from Malik, Al-Shafi', Ahmad, Abu Yusuf, and Muhammad. And it has been said, rather, their reward is only deliverance from the fire. And this is transmitted from Abu Hanfa. The majority have argued with his saying, 60, whom no human being has touched before them, and neither any Jinn. 55:56. They said this indicates that, 46, it is likewise in the copy of Munar, but this is an error. Perhaps it originally read, and from Ahmad there is a report that he included within it the 1/5 of the spoils of war. That is, that the 1/5 of the spoils is to be spent in the manner of fay, meaning for the welfare of the Muslims. 47. The epilepsy treated by the people of the temples is the epilepsy that arises from devils, and this is from him an acknowledgement of this kind of epilepsy. 48. Related by all of the major compilers, except Al-Tirmidhi, from the hadith of Safiya, and related by Muslim and Abu Dawood from the hadith of Anas. As for his saying, truly Satan runs in the human being as the blood runs, Al-Nawawi said. Al-Qad and others said, it is to be taken according to its outward meaning, and that God, exalted is he, has granted him strength and ability to run within the interior of the human being along the courses of his blood. And it has also been said, it is a metaphor indicating the abundance of his leading astray and his whispering, so that it is as though he never leaves the human being, just as his blood never leaves him. And it has also been said, he casts his whispering into subtle pores of the body until the whispering reaches the heart, and God knows best. Shah al-Nawawi 520. And in it is evidence for the jinn entering the body of the epileptic, according to those who say it is to be taken in its outward sense. 49. In the original it read, and others, and it is likewise in the copy of Munar al-Dimashq, but it has no meaning. The correction is from Ikmal al-Mirjan. 50. Bartil, a bribe. The original meaning of bartil is an oblong stone. The bribe was called by that name because it stuffs the bribe-taker's mouth from speaking the truth, just as the long stone stuffs his mouth. 51. In the copy of Munar al-Dimashq, they write, "What is in our copy is clearer." 52. The variation here goes back to the forms of impurity. In the copy of Munar, with an impurity, either blood or something else. 53. That is, causing it to sink away into the earth. 54. Ibn Abbas denied their coming to the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, and his reciting to them, as is established in the Sahih. But Ibn Mas'ud and Abu Huraira affirmed it, and the affirmer possesses additional knowledge, whereas the denier possesses only lack of knowledge. And whoever knows is a proof against whoever does not know. Moreover, there is another report from Ibn Abbas in which he agreed with Abu Huraira and Ibn Mas'ud. Ibn Jarir transmitted it through a sound route, as Ibn Kathir has mentioned. 55. The hadith of Khuzaymah ibn Thabit was related by Abu Dawud and Ibn Majah. As for others, then it is also related from Al-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam. It is found with Al-Tabaran, with a weak chain, and it is related from Rafa ibn Thabit, and it is with Abu Dawud and Al-Nasa'an, and from Sahl ibn Hunayf, and it is with Ahmad, but its chain is feeble, and from a man among the companions, and it is with Al-Daraqutna. See Al-Takhlas 1:120, 56. Nothing has been previously mentioned to which the pronoun can refer. What is intended is that God informed him of this, as is established in Surat al-Jinn. 57. Such as the report of Al-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam with Abu Nu'aym. Ibn Kathir said, "This hadith is strange," and likewise a report like it from Jabir is with Al-Tirmidhi, who said, "Strange, we know it only through the narration of Al-Walid from Zubayr." Ibn Kathir also mentioned a supporting narration for Al-Walid, and it is with Al-Bayhaq. 58. This is the hadith of Jabir, referred to earlier. Ibn Jarir also related it from the hadith of Ibn Umar. Al-Alban graded it Hasan, good. Sahih al-Jami' 5-20. 59. Ibn Kathir's words indicate that this is from the sayings of people, not from the prophetic hadith. Ibn Kathir said, "And concerning them strange opinions have been reported, that they do not enter the very heart of paradise, but will rather be in its meadows." Some people said, "Whoever claims that they are in paradise means that the children of Adam see them while they do not see the children of Adam." Tafsir 4:171. Then I found later that Ibn Taymiyyah attributed it to Al-Tabaran. 60. Ibn Kathir said there is room for scrutiny in this inference, and better than it is his saying, "Exalted is he." But for him who stood in awe of his Lord's presence, there are two gardens. So, which of your Lord's blessings will you two deny? 55.46-47, 55.13. For God has bestowed his favour upon the two species by making the recompense of their doers of good to be paradise. Tafsir 4:171. And the two species are humankind and the Jinn. Then they would have intercourse with them, for the deflowering of the wide-eyed maidens belongs only to paradise. Fasl. If the Jinn are living, rational beings, answerable to God, and bound by commands and prohibitions, with reward and punishment awaiting them, then the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, was sent to them. Hence it is incumbent upon the believers to deal with them by the same principles by which they deal with human beings, to enjoin what is right and forbid what is wrong, and to call unto God as God and his messenger have legislated, to invite them, as the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, invited them, and to deal with them when they transgress, in the manner in which one deals with transgressors, repelling their aggression by what repels the aggression of human beings. And their possessing of human beings may sometimes arise from lust and passion and infatuation, just as it happens between humans themselves. Indeed, it may occur that a human and a jinn marry and a child is born between them. This is widely known. The scholars have mentioned this and spoken about it, yet most of the scholars have disapproved of intercourse with the jinn. It may be 61 much, or it may be more often mere conjecture and figurative talk, as when some humans claim or imagine that they have been assaulted 62 by them, either because some of them urinated upon others or poured hot water or killed some of them. Even if the human did not know this, still among the jinn there is ignorance and injustice, and so they may punish him more than he deserves, and it may also spring from sheer wantonness and malice, 63, like the foolish among humans. But as for their inciting humans to indecencies, that belongs to the first category of the indecencies that God Most High has forbidden, just as he has forbidden them to human beings. And even if it were with the other's consent, then how much worse if it is with coercion? For then it is an indecency and an injustice. Therefore the jinn are to be addressed about this, and they know that it is a forbidden indecency, or an indecency and aggression, so that the proof may be established against them thereby, and so that they may know that judgment is passed upon them by the ruling of God and his messenger, who was sent to both species, humans and jinn alike. As for what belongs to the second category, if the human did not know what he was doing, then they should address him, saying that this he did not know, and that he did not intend the one who deserves punishment. Even if he did this in his own house and property, they should still make it known to him that the house is their dwelling and their domain, and that it is for them to dispose therein as they are allowed, and that it is not for you to own human beings besides their own kind. Rather, you have only what is without human habitation, like ruins and desolate wastes. And for this reason they are often found in ruins and wastelands, and in places of impurities, such as bathhouses, toilets, dung heaps, refuse dumps, and graveyards. And those depraved and wicked humans who associate with the devils, whose condition becomes devilish without mercy, frequent these places in great numbers, for they are the devil's haunts. Reports, 64, have indeed come forbidding prayer in such places because they are the dwelling places of devils. Some jurists have explained the reason for the prohibition as being that they are places of impurity, and among them are those who say this is a rationale whose meaning cannot be grasped. But the sound view is that the reason for the prohibition of praying in bathhouses and in camel pens and the like is that they are the dwelling places of devils. And as for the graveyard, it is also a means that leads to idolatry, while it too is a dwelling place of devils. What is meant is that those astray innovators, who have in them a kind of asceticism and worship not in accordance with the law, may at times have unveilings and effects upon others, and they often come to the places in which prayer has been forbidden, because devils descend upon them there and address them, just as devils address soothsayers, and just as they used to enter idols and speak to those who worship the idols, and just as they assist some who seek their help, as they assist magicians, and as they assist the worshippers of idols, and the worshippers of the sun and the moon and the heavenly bodies. When these worshippers serve them with rites they imagine to be fitting, glorifications, special garments,
incense, and the like. Then devils, whom they call the spirituality of the planets, may descend upon them, and may fulfill some of their needs, either the killing of some of their enemies, or the curing of their illnesses, or bringing back some of those they love, or procuring some wealth. But the harm that comes to them by this is greater than the benefit. Indeed, it may be many times over. And those who employ the Jinn in these matters, many of them claim that Solomon used the Jinn in this way. Yet more than one of the scholars of the early generations has mentioned that when Solomon died, the devils wrote books of sorcery and unbelief and placed them beneath his throne, and they said Solomon used the Jinn through this. Thus, a group among the people of the book fell into slander against Solomon on account of this, while others said, had it not been truth and lawful, Solomon would not have done it. So God Most High sent down concerning this his saying, Exalted is he. And now that there has come unto them an apostle from God, confirming the truth of what they already possessed, a group of those who had been vouchsafed revelation cast the book of God behind their backs, as though they did not know what it was. 1, up to his saying, Exalted is he. And if they had but believed and been conscious of God, a recompense from God would indeed have been better, if they but knew. Thus did he make it clear, limitless is he in his glory, that this neither benefits nor causes no harm. For benefit, if it is benefit, is either pure or outweighing, and harm is either pure or outweighing. This practice is either pure, harm, or harm outweighing any seeming gain. And what is meant is this, that when the Jinn transgress against humans, they are to be informed of the ruling of God and his messenger, and proof is to be established against them. They are to be commanded to what is right and forbidden from what is wrong, just as is done with human beings. For God says, And never would we inflict punishment until we had sent forth a messenger. 17:15. And he, exalted is he, says, O you assembly of the Jinn and mankind, did there not come unto you messengers from among yourselves, who conveyed unto you my messages, and warned you of the meeting of this your day? 30. And for this reason the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, forbade killing the snakes of the houses until they have been warned 3 times, as is in Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from Abu Sa'd al-Khudr, who said, The messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, In Medina there is a group of Jinn who have accepted Islam. So if any one of you sees anything of these inhabitants of the houses, let him warn it 3 times, and if after that it appears again, then let him kill it, for it is a devil. 65. And in Sahih Muslim also, from Abu al-Sa'ib, the client of Hisham ibn Zuhra, that he entered upon Abu Sa'd al-Khudr in his house. He said, I found him praying, so I sat down waiting for him to finish his prayer. Then I heard a movement in some bundles at the side of the house, and I looked, and there was a snake. I sprang up to kill it, but he signalled to me to sit, so I sat. When he finished, he pointed to a house in the dwelling and said, Do you see this house? I said, Yes. He said there was in it a young man, newly married. We went out with the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, to the trench. And that young man used to ask the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, for permission to return home at midday to go back to his family. One day he asked his permission, and the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said to him, Take your weapon with you, for I fear for you the Banu Qurayza. So the man took his weapon and then returned. And there was his wife standing between the 2 doorposts, and he lunged at her with the spear to pierce her. And she said, "Hold back your spear from me, and enter the house, so you may see what has brought me out." So he entered, and behold, a huge snake coiled upon the bedding. So he went at it with the spear, and pierced it. Then he came out, and thrust it into the courtyard, and it convulsed upon it. So it was not known which of them died sooner, the snake or the young man. He said, "So we came to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, and mentioned that to him, and we said, pray to God to bring him back to life for us." He said, "Ask forgiveness for your companion." Then he said, "In Medina there is a group of Jinn who have accepted Islam. So if you see anything of them, warn it 3 days, and if after that it appears to you, then kill it, for it is a devil." And in another wording of Muslim also he said, "The messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, truly these houses have inhabitants. So if you see anything of them, then restrain yourselves from it 3 times. If it goes away, then leave it. Otherwise kill it, for it is an unbeliever." 66. And he said to them, "Go and bury your companion." 66. That is because killing a jinn without right is not lawful, just as killing a human being without right is not lawful. And wrongdoing is forbidden in every state. It is not lawful for anyone to wrong anyone, even if he be an unbeliever. Indeed, God Most High says, "And do not let the hatred of any people lead you into the sin of deviating from justice. Be just, that is nearer to God consciousness." 5. And the jinn take on forms, in the forms of human beings and beasts, and they take on the forms of snakes and scorpions, and other forms, in the forms of camels, cattle, sheep, horses, mules, and donkeys, and in the forms of birds, and in the forms of the children of Adam. Thus did Satan come in the form of Suraka ibn Malik ibn Jushum when they wanted to march out to Badr. God Most High says, "And when Satan made their deeds seem fair to them, and said, None of mankind can overcome you this day, for I shall be your protector. But when the 2 hosts came within sight of one another, he turned on his heels and said, Behold, I am not responsible for you. I see what you do not see. Behold, I fear God, for God is severe in retribution." 8-5. And it is also related that he took on the form of an old man from Najd when they gathered in Dar al-Nadwa. Should they kill the messenger, or imprison him, or drive him out? As God, blessed and exalted, says, "And remember how those who were bent on denying the truth were scheming against thee, thinking how they might restrain thee, or slay thee, or drive thee away. Thus did they scheme, but God brought their scheming to naught, for God is above all schemers." Belki tartışan. So if the snakes of the houses might be jinn, then they are to be warned 3 times. If they go away, one leaves them, and if not, they are killed. For if they are snakes, they may be killed, and if they are jinn, then by persisting in aggression and in appearing to humans in the guise of a snake, they have chosen the consequence and are to be restrained by that. The customary principle is that the aggressor may be repelled by what repels his harm, even if that is killing him. But to kill them without a cause that permits it is not permissible. And the people of incantations and oaths make some of them swear against others so that they may help them against others. Thus, at times they compare their oaths, 68, and at times they do not do so. But the conjurer has no sanctity, nor do his incantations and spells possess any inviolability that would require helping him in that. For the conjurer may be life in inanimate objects,
Ibn Hajar has explained that the majority of scholars say there is reality to sorcery, but they say it does not go so far as to bring about a transformation whereby the inanimate becomes an animal. God Most High says, "Thus did they cast a spell upon the people's eyes, and struck terror into them, and produced an awesome spell." 7:116. And he says, "And then, by virtue of their spell, it was made to appear to him as if they were running." 20:66. And it is known that the magicians did not place life into the staffs, and that the staff's reality was not transformed into the reality of serpents. Rather, the staffs remained staffs as they were. But to the onlooker there was an illusion, by the effect of the spell, as if they were running. So sorcery is real in the sense that it has an existent effect. But this does not mean that it overturns the inner realities of things. Therefore, whatever is seen of the various forms of the jinn is not to be referred to sorcery, but only to the fact that they are capable of changing their forms and outward shapes, as shaitan changed them, and God knows best. Ibn al-Athar said, "One ghoul among the ghouls." The ghouls are a class of devils and jinn. The Arabs used to claim that ghouls appear at night to people and take on diverse forms, misleading them from the road and destroying them. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, declared their claim false and invalid by his saying, "No ghoul." And it is also said his saying, "no ghoul," does not negate the ghoul's existence. Rather, it negates what the Arabs claimed about its taking on different forms and its deception. A citation from Lisan al-Arab ends here. I say this is also indicated by the report from Umar, God be pleased with him, and it has been related as a raised report, marfu, from the hadith of Abu Huraira. If the ghouls address you, then call the adhan, but the hadith is weak. 165 Daf al-Jami. 61. That is, the cause of the jinn's possessing of human beings. 62. In the original it was, "they transgress, yata'addu," and it is likewise in a copy of Munar al-Dimashqa Maum. But this is an error. 63. Its correct reading is, "like bimithal," i.e., among the causes of their possessing humans are sheer wantonness and evil, like the foolish among humans when they harm others for no reason except play and malice. 64. The hadith about forbidding prayer in the graveyard and in bathhouses. It was related by Al-Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud, Ibn Majah, Ibn Khuzaymah, Ibn Hibban, Al-Hakim, and others from the hadith of Abu Sa'ad al-Khudravd. Al-Alban said about its chain, "sound according to the conditions of the two sheikhs." Al-Hakim and Al-Dahabbu also declared it sound, though some have criticized it for something that is not to be accepted. Therefore, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah said, "Its chains are good, and those who speak against it do so without due grounding." Imam al-Bukhari pointed to its soundness in the Book of Recitation, Al-Ibra 1320, and Al-Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah related a report from the hadith of Ibn Umar, but it is weak. As for the hadiths forbidding the taking of graves as mosques, they are many and are recorded in Al-Bukhari and Muslim and elsewhere. Al-Shawkan transmitted from Ibn Hazm his statement, "The hadiths forbidding prayer toward graves and forbidding prayer in the graveyard are mass-transmitted reports. It is not permissible for anyone to abandon them." Nail al-Awtar, 2:133. As for the hadiths forbidding prayer in camel pens, Muslim and others have also related them. 65. This hadith and the reports like it contain evidence that the jinn assume forms in various shapes, and it is said rather the jinn are diverse kinds, and each kind has a fixed form distinct from the form of the other kind. But because these forms differ, some people imagine that the jinn have the power to assume more than one form. And one may also adduce for this the preceding hadith and the hadith of Abu Thalaba al-Khushan, raised, "The jinn are three kinds. One kind have wings and fly in the air, one kind are snakes and dogs, and one kind travel and settle." Al-Tabaran related it in Al-Kabir, Al-Hakim in Al-Mustadrak, and Ibn Hibban. Al-Albani said sound, Sahih al-Jami' 3-85. Abu Bakr al-Daynur narrated in his book Maka'id al-Shaytan. Abu Khaythama told us, from Al-Shaybana, from Yasir ibn Amr, he said, "We mentioned the ghouls in the presence of Umar, and he said, 'Indeed, no one can change the form that God Most High created him upon. But they have magicians like your magicians, so if you see that, then call the Adhan.'" A citation from the book Akam al-Marjan, page 33. I say all the men of its chain are trustworthy, except that Al-Shaybans and others have been accused of tadlis. Ibn Hajar said, "It was related by Ibn Abu Shayba with a sound chain." Fath 6-344. 66. The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, exempted from the requirement of warning and allowed killing without warning two kinds of snakes, the abtar and the dhu al-tufyatain. The abtar is the short-tailed, and dhu al-tufyatain is the one that has two white stripes upon its back. That is because these two dim the sight and cause miscarriage. Therefore they are killed without warning. What is meant by warning or declaring prohibition is to demand that they leave the house and not appear in it. Otherwise they expose themselves to being killed. As for snakes outside the houses, they are killed without warning. 67. Based on what has been established above, this changing of appearance is, in some cases, to be traced back to sorcery. The magician makes people imagine that what he has bewitched are these diverse forms. Yet sorcery, though it is a reality in which there is no doubt, does not overturn the inner realities of things. Thus the sorcerer cannot. 68. In the original it was, at times, tarata, in the manner of one who makes another swear an oath, or who adjures him by something that he holds in awe. And this varies with their different conditions. For if someone adjures people to harm one who is held in esteem among them, they will not heed him, and that person may even be beyond their reach. Thus their states resemble the states of human beings, yet human beings are more intelligent, more truthful, more just, and more faithful to covenants, whereas the jinn are more ignorant, more given to lying, more unjust, and more treacherous. What is meant is that the masters of spells and adjurations, though their spells contain idolatry and unbelief, so that neither the spell nor the adjuration by it is lawful, often prove unable to repel the jinn. Indeed, the jinn often make sport of them. When these people ask them to kill the jinn that is overpowering a human, or to imprison it, they make them imagine, 69, that they have killed it or imprisoned it, while all of that is mere delusion and falsehood. This is when the one who sees what they make him see is truthful in his seeing. For most people who affect visionary disclosures do not wish to make their reality known except through direct unveiling and address, if they belong to the kind of idol worshippers, or the people of the book, or the innovators among the Muslims whom the jinn and the devils lead astray. As for what they display to the people of spells and adjurations, namely that they kill someone for whomever they wish to show, then if the model is seen, the seer may report it, and he may even know that it is but a model. Yet they may cause him to imagine that it is the very thing seen. And if they want the hearing, 70, of the words of someone calling from a far place, such as one who cries for aid to some of the misguided devotees among the idolaters, or among the people of the book, or among the ignorant devotees among the Muslims, then when one of his admirers cries for help and says, "O my master, so-and-so," the Jinn addresses him with a voice like the voice of that human being. And when the sheikh answers the call, that supposed human answers him with the same voice. This has happened to many. I know a group among them. Section: very often Satan takes on the appearance of the one invoked, the one called upon for aid, if that person is dead. And likewise, the invoked may be alive and yet not even feel that he has been called, but Satan assumes his form. Then the misguided polytheist who seeks help from that person imagines that the person himself has answered him, while it is only Satan. This happens to unbelievers who seek help from those of the dead or the living whom they think well of, such as the Christians who seek help from George and other saints of theirs. And it happens to the people of idolatry and misguidance who ascribe themselves to Islam, those who seek help from the dead and from the absent. Satan is made to appear to them in the very form of the one sought for help, while that person does not even know. And I know many in whom this has occurred with regard to several persons. Each of those persons says, "I did not know that anyone sought help from me," while the seeker of help has seen one in the very form of that person, and could believe it to be none other than him. More than one person has told me that they sought help from me, each recounting a story unlike the other's story. So I informed each of them that I did not answer any of them, nor did I even know of his seeking my help. Then it was said, "This may be an angel." I replied, "An angel does not assist idolatry. It is only a devil who wanted to lead him astray." In the same way, Satan may take on his form and stand at Arafat, and the one who thinks well of him imagines that he stood at Arafat. And for many of them, Satan carries him to Arafat or elsewhere within the sacred precinct, so that he passes the Makat without entering Ihram and without Talbiyah, and he does not circumambulate the house, nor walk between Safa and Marwa. Some of them do not even pass through Makkah, and some of them stand at Arafat and then return without stoning the Jamarat and the like, 71, among the matters by which Satan leads them astray. For they have done what is forbidden by the law, either something unlawful or something disliked, though neither obligatory nor recommended. Yet Satan adorns it to them as if it were among the miraculous graces of the righteous, and this is of Satan's delusion. For God is not worshipped except through what is obligatory or recommended, and anyone who worships with an act that is neither obligatory nor recommended, imagining it to be obligatory or recommended, has only been so adorned by Satan. Even if it be supposed that such a person is pardoned because of the goodness of his intent and the sincerity of his striving, still this is not among the ways by which God honours his God-conscious friends. For there is no honouring in committing what is forbidden and what is disliked. Rather, honouring lies in protecting him from such things and preventing him from them. For such acts diminish him and do not increase him, and even if he is not punished with torment for them, he must still be diminished from what he was. And it diminishes his followers who praise this condition and magnify its possessor, for praising forbidden and disliked acts and magnifying their doer is a going astray from God's path. And the more a servant exerts himself in innovations, the farther he becomes from God, because they drive him out of God's path, the path of those whom God has blessed, prophets, the profoundly truthful, the martyrs and the righteous, towards a share of the path of those who have incurred wrath and those who are astray. Section 72.
Once the principle in this matter is understood, we say it is permissible, indeed recommended and sometimes even obligatory, to defend the wronged and to give him support. For the support of the wronged is commanded according to one's ability. In the two Sahihs, 73, there is the hadith of Al-Bara ibn Azib, who said, "The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, commanded us with 7 things and forbade us 7. He commanded us to visit the sick, to follow funerals, to invoke mercy for one who sneezes, to fulfill the request of one who places another under oath, or of the one who swears, to support the wronged, to respond to invitations, and to spread peace. And he forbade us signet rings, or wearing rings of gold, and drinking from vessels of silver, and the use of saddles with soft coverings, and wearing cuss garments, and silk, and brocade, istabrak, and dibaj." And in the Sahih 74 from Anas, it is related that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Support your brother whether he is an oppressor or oppressed." I said, "O Messenger of God, I support him when he is oppressed, but how do I support him when he is an oppressor?" He said, "You restrain him from oppression. That is your support of him. And this also includes relieving the distress of this oppressed person." In Sahih Muslim from Abu Huraira, from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, he said, "Whoever relieves a believer of a hardship from the hardships of this world, God will relieve him of a hardship from the hardships of the day of resurrection. And whoever makes things easy for one in difficulty, God will make things easy for him in this world and the hereafter. And whoever conceals the fault of a Muslim, God will conceal him in this world and the hereafter. And God remains in aid of the servant so long as the servant remains in aid of his brother." And in Sahih Muslim also, from Jabir, that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, was asked about incantations, ruqa, and he said, "Whoever among you is able to benefit his brother, let him do so. But he should give support with justice, as God and his Messenger have commanded, such as supplications and the invocations established in the law. And likewise, commanding and forbidding the jinn resembles commanding and forbidding human beings. And from that is permissible what is likewise permissible with human beings. For example, one may need to rebuke a jinn, threaten it, curse it, and revile it, as is established in Sahih Muslim from Abu al-Darda, who said, "The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, stood in prayer, and we heard him say, 'I seek refuge in God from you.' Then he said, 'I curse you with God's curse,' 3 times, and he stretched out his hand as though seizing something. When he finished the prayer, we said, 'O Messenger of God, we heard you say in the prayer something we never heard you say before, and we saw you stretch out your hand.' He said, 'God's enemy, Iblis, came with a flaming brand of fire to cast it into my face. So I said, I seek refuge in God from you, 3 times. Then I said, I curse you with God's perfect curse, yet he did not withdraw, 3 times. Then I meant to seize him. And by God, were it not for the prayer of our brother Solomon, he would have been bound and left for the children of Medina to play with.' In this hadith are his seeking refuge from him, and cursing him with God's curse, and he did not stop at that, but stretched out his hand to him. And in the 2 Sahihs from Abu Huraira, from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, he said, 'Satan confronted me and attacked me fiercely, seeking to cut off my prayer. But God enabled me over him, so I throttled him. And I was about to tie him to one of the pillars until morning, so that you might all look at him. Then I remembered the saying of my brother Solomon, My Lord, forgive me, and bestow upon me a dominion that none after me shall have. 38:35. So God sent him back, 75, disgraced. This hadith agrees with the former and explains it. And his words, so I throttled him. 76. Mean, I choked him, showing that the stretching of the hand was to choke him. This is repelling his aggression by an act, choking, and by it his aggression was repelled, and God sent him back, disgraced. As for the additional matter, his tying him to the pillar, this belongs to the kind of kingly dominion which Solomon left behind. For our prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, dealt with the jinn as he dealt with human beings. The conduct of a servant who is a messenger, commanding them to worship God and obey him, not exercising a kind of dominion that returns to himself, namely kingly rule. For he was a servant and a messenger, while Solomon was a prophet-king. And the servant-messenger is better than the prophet-king, just as the foremost who are brought near are better than the generality of the righteous, the companions of the right hand. And Al-Nasr, 77, has related, according to the conditions of Al-Bukhari, from Aisha, that the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, used to pray, and then there would come to him. 69. In the original it was, and likewise in the copy of Munir al-Dimashq. So they make them imagine, Fayhilu, 70. Perhaps its correct reading is the hearing, Sama. 71. Among that is what Shaykh al-Islam mentioned about al-Halaj. A group of his companions were with him, and they asked him for sweets. So he went to a place near them and came with a platter of sweets. They investigated the matter and found that it had been stolen from the shop of a sweet seller in Yemen. A devil had brought it from that place. Shaykh al-Islam said, the like of this happens often to others, besides al-Halaj, among those who have a devilish state. And we know many of these people in our time and in other times. For example, a man now in Damascus. Satan used to carry him from Mount al-Salihiyah to a village around Damascus, and he would come through the air to the window opening of a house in which people were, entering while they watched him. And it is told of another sheikh who spoke about himself, that he used to adorn himself for women and commit sodomy with boys. And he used to say, a black dog comes to me, between whose eyes are 2 white spots, and says to me, so-and-so, so-and-so has vowed a vow to you, and tomorrow he will bring it to you, and I have fulfilled a need for your sake. Then that person would come to him with that vowed offering, and this unbelieving sheikh would disclose it to him. He, that unbelieving sheikh, said, and I used to walk with a black pillar before me, upon which was light. Shaykh al-Islam said, when this sheikh repented and began to pray and fast and avoid what is forbidden, the black dog went away. And it's told of another sheikh who had devils that he would send to strike some people down. Then the family of the one struck would come to the sheikh, asking him to cure him. So he would send to his followers, and they would leave the one struck. And they would give that sheikh many dirhams. And sometimes the jinn would bring him dirhams and food that they stole from people. So much so that one man had figs in a basket, and the sheikh would ask his devils for figs, and they would bring them to him. Then the owners of the basket would look for the figs and find them gone. And it is told of another who was occupied with knowledge and reading. Then the devils came to him and tempted him, saying, we will remove prayer from you, and we will bring you whatever you want. So they would bring him sweets and fruit, until he came before some sheikhs who knew the sunnah, and they advised him. And he paid the sweet sellers the price of the sweets that the one seduced by Satan had eaten. He said, and many who seek help from sheikhs say, "O my master so-and-so," or "O sheikh so-and-so." 72. This section is in fact an answer to a lengthy question. I have found the text of the question and a summary of the answer in Ahkam al-Marjan. The substance of the question is it permissible to aid the epileptic with supplications and lawful ruqyah, even if that leads to the destruction of a group of jinn? And is it permissible to seek aid against devils by something from the practices of astrologers and the like, such as talismans, writing, stars, papers, and other such things? 73. Khas, garments mixed with silk. Mayathir, soft saddle coverings placed upon the horse's saddle made of red-purple cloth and of silk brocade. Dibaj and istabrak, two precious kinds of silk. 74. Related by Al-Bukhari from the Hadath of Anas, and related by Muslim from the Hadath of Jabir, and by Ibn Hibban from the Hadath of Ibn Umar. 75. The majestic name God, Allah, appears in Muslims' narration. So God sent him back, disgraced. As for Al-Bukhari's narration, it is, so he sent him back, disgraced. And the pronoun in Al-Bukhari's wording refers back to the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace. 76. In another narration, so I pushed him back. Al-Nawawi said, it is also sound, and its meaning is that he repelled him with a forceful repelling. 77. It is not in Al-Mujtaba, which is what is meant by Sunan al-Nasa, when mentioned without qualification. Rather, Al-Nasa related it in Al-Sunan al-Kubra, and Al-Mujtaba is an abridgment of Al-Sunan al-Kubra. In Al-Nasa's chain, all the narrators were reported by the two sheikhs except Abu Bakr ibn Ayyash. Al-Bukhari narrated from him, and Muslim narrated from him in the introduction. Satan. So he seized him, threw him down, and throttled him. The messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, until I felt the coolness of his tongue upon my hand, and had it not been for Solomon's prayer, he would have been bound fast in the morning so that people might see him. It was related by Ahmad and Abu Dawood, 78, from the Hadith of Abu Sa'd. And in it says, so I reached out with my hand, and I did not cease throttling him until I felt the coolness of his saliva between these two fingers of mine, the thumb and the one next to it. This he did while in prayer, and this is among what the scholars have adduced as proof for the permissibility of the like of this during prayer, such as repelling one who passes in front, killing the two black ones, and performing the prayer in the midst of sword fighting. The scholars have differed about the jinn devil when he passes between the praying person and what lies before him. Does this cut off, invalidate the prayer? There are two views, both reported within Ahmad's school, as Ibn Hamid and others have mentioned. One of them is that it does cut it off, because of this hadith, and because he said that the passing of the black dog cuts off the prayer. The black dog is a devil. 79. So it was explained on the grounds that it is a devil. And it is, as the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, for the black dog is the devil of dogs, and the jinn often take on its form, likewise the form of the black cat, 80, because blackness is more fully gathering for satanic forces than any other colour, and within it is a power of heat. And among what people use to draw near to the jinn are sacrifices. For some people slaughter for the jinn, and this is part of the association with God that God and his messenger have forbidden. And it has been related that he forbade the sacrifices of the jinn. 81. And if one sees, and 78, I say Abu Dawood did not relate this amount that is mentioned from the Had. Rather, Abu Dawood
only related it with the chain of the had that is mentioned, and what is found with Ahmad is only a portion of it, namely, whoever among you is able not to let anyone pass between him and the Qibla, let him do so. 79. A portion of a hadith related by all of the compilers except Al-Bukhari from the hadith of Abu Dar. 80. In the narration of Abd al-Razzaq regarding the preceding hadith of Abu Huraira, there appeared to me in the form of a cat. Fatha al-Bara, says 1555. And a group of scholars have understood from the previously cited hadiths of Abu al-Darda, Abu Sa'ad, and Aisha, that when Satan confronted the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, in his prayer, he confronted him only in the form in which God created him. 81. This passage of speech has no connection to the intended topic. As for what is related about forbidding the sacrifices of the Jinn, Ibn al-Jawz has cited it in Al-Mawdu'at from the hadith of Abu Huraira, and Ibn Hibban mentioned it in the biography of Abdullah ibn Adhana and said about him, very objectionable in hadith, it is not permissible to use him as proof under any circumstances. As-Suyut objected that Abu Ubaid and Al-Bayhaq narrated it by way of Umar ibn Harun, meaning not by way of Abdullah ibn Adhina. Al-Alban said this objection is of no use, for Umar ibn Harun is unanimously judged weak, and Al-Alban affirmed Ibn al-Jawz's ruling that it is fabricated. What is meant by the sacrifices of the Jinn is that they used when they bought a house or built it, or dug out a spring. The aim is achieved by supplication, remembrance of God, commanding and forbidding the Jinn, rebuking them, reviling them, cursing them, and the like of such speech, even if that entails the illness of a group among the Jinn or their death. For then they are wronging their own selves. For the healer who recites Ruqya and calls upon God does not transgress against them as many of the people of spells do, who command the killing of those whom it is not lawful to kill, and they may imprison those who do not deserve imprisonment. And for this reason the Jinn may fight them on account of that. Among them are those whom the Jinn kill or drive into sickness, and among them are those to whom they do this in his family, or his children, or his beasts. But whoever repels their hostility by the path of justice that God and his messenger have commanded, he does not wrong them. Rather, he is obeying God and his messenger in aiding the wronged, rescuing the distressed, and relieving hardship by the lawful way in which there is no association with the Creator and no wrongdoing against the creature. And such a person does not intend to harm the Jinn, either in order that they may know his justice, or because he is incapable of doing harm to them. And if the Jinn are among the Afat and he, 82, is weak, they may indeed harm him. In such a case, one should protect himself by reciting the protective formulas, such as Ayat al-Kurs, the Mu'awwidat, prayer, supplication, and the like of what strengthens faith. And one must avoid the sins by which they gain power over him, for he is then striving in God's path, and this is among the greatest forms of jihad. So let him beware lest he aid the enemy against himself through his own sins. And if the matter lies beyond his capacity, then God does not burden any soul beyond its capacity. Among the greatest things by which one gains victory over them is Ayat al-Kurs, for it is established in Sahih al-Bukhari, 83, in the hadith of Abu Huraira, that he said, "The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, entrusted me with guarding the zakah of Ramadan. Then someone came and began scooping up some of the food, so I seized him and said, 'I will surely take you to the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace.' He said, 'I am in need and I have dependents.
I am in desperate need. So I showed him mercy and let him go. 82. The pronoun refers to the healer who recites ruqya. 83. Al-Bukhari cited it in a suspended form, saying, and Uthman ibn al-Haytham said, and he mentioned it with his chain to Abu Huraira. Some have claimed that it is disconnected, but it is not so, for Uthman is among al-Bukhari's sheikhs, and he cited it from him with the decisive form of transmission. An-Nawawi said, and this is connected. Ibn al-Qayyim said about such a case, it is as though he said, from so-and-so, intending thereby that it is connected. Igathat al-Lafan, 1-360. Ibn Hajar said, Al-Nasr, Al-Ismaili, and Abu Nu'aym connected it through roots to the said Uthman. Fath 4:488. So in the morning I went to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace. And he said, O Abu Huraira, what did your captive do last night? I said, O messenger of God, he complained of severe need and dependence, so I showed him mercy and let him go. He said, as for him, he has lied to you, and he will come back. So I knew that he would return, because the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, had said so. Then I lay in wait for him, and he came scooping up some of the food, so I seized him and said, I will surely take you to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace. He said, leave me, I am in need, and I have dependence, I will not return. So I showed him mercy and let him go. In the morning I went to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, and he said, O Abu Huraira, what did your captive do last night? I said, O messenger of God, he complained of need and dependence, so I showed him mercy and let him go. He said, as for him, he has lied to you, and he will come back. So I lay in wait for him a third time, and he came scooping up some of the food, so I seized him and said, I will surely take you to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace. This is the third time, and you claim you will not return, then you return. He said, let me go, and I will teach you words by which God will benefit you. I said, what are they? He said, when you go to your bed, recite Ayat al-Kurs from its beginning until you finish the verse. God, there is no deity save him, the living, the self-subsisting. 2:255. For then there will not cease to be upon you from God a guardian, and no devil will come near you until morning. So I let him go. In the morning I went to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, and he said to me, what did your captive do last night? I said, O messenger of God, he claimed that he would teach me words by which God would benefit me, so I let him go. He said, and what are they? I said, he said to me, when you go to your bed, recite Ayat al-Kurs from its beginning until you finish the verse. God, there is no deity save him, the living, the self-subsisting. And he said to me, there will not cease to be upon you from God a guardian, and no devil will come near you until morning. And they were keen for good. So the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, he told you the truth, though he is a liar. Do you know whom you have been speaking with for 3 nights, O Abu Huraira? I said, no. He said, that was a devil. This 84. This hadith is among the evidences by which one argues that Satan takes on various forms, and the speech about it is now complete. It also indicates, through its various roots, that a human being may witness devils and speak with them. Al-Bayhaq narrated in Manaqib al-Shafi'i, with his chain from Al-Rabraj, that he heard Al-Shafi say, whoever claims that he sees the Jinn, we nullify his testimony, unless he be a prophet. Ibn Hajar commented, concluding, "This statement is to be understood as referring to one who claims to see them upon the form in which they were created. But as for one who claims that he saw something of them after they had taken on diverse forms of animals, then there is no criticism in that. Reports have come that they take on different forms, and Al-Shafi'i has argued for that by his saying, 'Exalted is he. Behold, he, Satan, and his tribe see you from where you do not see them.' 7:27. Ibn Hajar said, his saying, 'Exalted is he, behold, he sees you,' is specific to their original form in which they were created. Fath 4488. And something like what occurred to Abu Huraira occurred to Mu'adh ibn Jabal. Al-Tabaran and Abu Bakr al-Ruyan related it, and in the hadith of Mu'adh there is this additional detail, and in it also is that Satan came in the form of a boy. And Ibn Hajar said, it also occurred to Ubay ibn Ka'b with Al-Nasr, and Abu Ayyub al-Ansar with Al-Tirmidh and Abu Usaid al-Ansar with Al-Tabaran. And despite all this, the experienced, whose number cannot be counted, have found that it possesses an effect in repelling devils and overturning their states, beyond anything that can be encompassed in its abundance and its power. 85. For it has an immense effect. 85. Zayd ibn Thabit is reported by Ibn Abu al-Dunya with a story in this regard, but in it there is nothing like the story of Abu Huraira, except the story of Mu'adh that I mentioned, and this is to be understood as having occurred multiple times. 489. I said the hadith of Ubay ibn Ka'b was only related by Al-Nasr in Al-Yawm wal-Layla, and it was also related by Ibn Hibban, Al-Hakim, and Al-Tabaran. In it, so it was at the beginning like a confused dream. I said, I reached for his hand, and lo, it was like the hand of a dog and the hair of a dog, and it was the ghoul that had come. Al-Tirmidh related it and said, a good singular hadith, and Al-Hakim declared it sound. And Abu Nu'aym related the hadith of Abu Ayyub from another angle, and in it too that it was in the form of a sheep and then turned into a vixen. And the hadith of Abu Usaid resembles the hadith of Abu Ayyub, and in it, and I direct you to a verse you should recite in your house, and never contradict it to your family. And if you recite it, it will not uncover a cover, and it is Ayat al-Kurs. And in the hadith of Zayd ibn Thabit, what will preserve you from them is Ayat al-Kurs. All of this contains ruqya and an address to the Jinn, and in it is a reply to Al-Shafi'i. Many texts have come clarifying what a human being uses to protect himself against devils and to repel their evil, among them the recitation of Surat al-Baqarah. Muslim and Al-Tirmidhi related from the hadith of Abu Huraira as a raised report. Do not turn your houses into graveyards. Surely Satan flees from the house in which Surat al-Baqarah is recited. And Ibn Hibban related in his Sahih from Sahal ibn Sa'd that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, truly everything has a summit, and the summit of the Qur'an is Surat al-Baqarah. Whoever recites it in a house at night, Satan will not enter that house for 3 nights. And it is also related from Al-Nu'man ibn Bashir that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, the 2 verses with which Surat al-Baqarah ends, if they are recited in a house for 3 nights, no devil will come near it. Al-Tirmidhi related it and said singular, and in one copy, good singular, and Al-Hakim declared it sound, and so did Al-Alban, Sahih al-Jami' 2:133. And in the 2 Sahihs from Abu Mas'ud as a raised report, whoever recites the 2 verses from the end of Surat al-Baqarah in a night, they suffice him. It was said, they suffice him against Satan and harm, and it was said, they suffice him for night prayer. The first is the general meaning. Among that is the recitation of Al-Mu'awwidatayn. Al-Tirmidh, Al-Nasr, and Ibn Majah related from the hadith of Abu Sa'd that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, used to seek refuge from the Jinn and from the evil eye of human beings. Until the Mu'awwidatayn were revealed, he took hold of them and left whatever else besides them. Al-Tirmidh Rata said, good, singular, and Al-Alban declared it sound, Sahih al-Jami' 4255. And among that is saying, in the name of God, in his, God bless him and grant him peace, saying, do not say, may Satan perish. For then he grows great until he becomes like a house, and he says, by my power. But say, in the name of God, for then he shrinks until he becomes like a fly. Related by Ahmad and others, and Al-Alban declared it sound, Sahih al-Jami' 6169. And among that is seeking refuge with God from his saying, exalted is he. And if there comes to you from Satan a whispering incitement, then seek refuge with God. Verily, he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. 7:200. And from his saying, exalted is he. And if there comes to you from Satan a whispering incitement, then seek refuge with God. Verily, he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. 41:36. And from his saying, exalted is he. And say, O my Lord, I seek refuge with thee from the whisperings of the Satans, and I seek refuge with thee, O my Lord, lest they come near me. 23:97-98. And from his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, to the one whose anger flared until his face reddened. I know a word. In repelling Satan from the human being's own self, and from the epileptic, and from the devils assisting each other, and from the likes of the people of wrongdoing and anger, and the people of lust and revelry, and the devotees of listening with whistling and clapping, 86. When they are recited over them in truthfulness, they repel the devils and overturn the matters that Satan causes them to imagine. And they nullify what Satan's brethren have of satanic unveilings and satanic activities, since devils used to inspire their allies with things that the ignorant imagine to be among the miraculous graces of God's friends, whereas they are only the delusions of devils over their allies, those who have incurred wrath and those who are astray. And the assailant-aggressor deserves to be repelled, whether he be Muslim or unbeliever. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, whoever is killed defending his property is a martyr, and whoever is killed defending his blood is a martyr, and whoever is killed defending his religion is a martyr. Verse 87. Thus, if the wronged person defends his property and is killed, then, had he killed his assailant, what that man was seeking would have been averted from him. If he were to say, I seek refuge with God from Satan the accursed, what he feels would go away. This is agreed upon from the hadith of Sulaiman ibn Surad. And among that is the Adhan, because of his saying, God bless him and grant him peace. When the call to prayer is proclaimed, Satan turns his back, and it is agreed upon. And among that are the many remembrances, like his saying, God bless him and grant him peace. Whoever says there is no deity save God alone, with no partner to him, his is the dominion, and his is all praise, and he has power over all things 100 times in a day. It is as though he had freed 10 slaves. And 100 good deeds are written for him, and 100 bad deeds are erased from him, and it becomes for him a protection from Satan that day until evening. And no one brings anything better than what he has brought, except one who does more than that. It is agreed upon from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, and his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, If any one of you, when he comes to his wife, says, O God, keep Satan away from us, and keep Satan away from what thou bestowest upon us, then if a child is destined between them, Satan will not harm him, nor gain power over him. It is agreed upon from the hadith of Ibn Abbas, and his saying, God bless him and grant him peace. When a man enters his house and mentions God at his entering and at his food, Satan says, There is no lodging for you and no supper. But if he enters and does not mention God at his entering, Satan says, You have found lodging. And if he does not mention God at his food, he says, You have found lodging and supper. Related by Muslim, Abu Dawood, and Ibn Majah, from the hadith of Jabir ibn Abdullah. And among that is the remembrance of God. Glorified and exalted is he. For in the hadith of Al-Harith al-Ash'ar, as a raised report, it is stated, God commanded Yahya ibn Zakaria with 5 words, that he act upon them and command the children of Israel to act upon them. And in it, And I command you to remember God, for the likeness of that is like a man whom an enemy pursued swiftly, until he came to a strong fortress, and protected himself within it. Likewise, a servant does not protect himself against Satan, except by remembrance of God. Al-Tirmidh related it and said, Good, sound, singular. And there are many hadiths in this. Their place is the books of remembrances. 86. Muka, whistling. Tasdia, clapping. 87. Al-Tirmidh related it from the hadith of Sa'd ibn Zayd and said, Good sound. And Abu Dawud related it from his hadith with the wording, Whoever is killed defending his property is a martyr, and whoever is killed defending his family, or his blood, or his religion, is a martyr. And Al-Nasr related it like Abu Dawud's narration, though it is not in it, or his, but rather and his, and he has many narrations of it. The first paragraph of it is agreed upon from the hadith of Abdullah ibn. How, then, could an ordinary questioner fail to defend his mind, his body, and his inviolability? For Satan corrupts his mind and punishes him through his body, and he may even commit an outrage with him, a human being with a human being. 88. And if he cannot be repelled except by killing, then it becomes lawful to kill him. As for surrendering him, 89, that is, abandoning his companion, then it is like abandoning others of his kind among the oppressed. And this is a communal obligation whenever one has the ability. For in the 2 Sahahs it is related from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, that he said, A Muslim is the brother of a Muslim. He neither betrays him to harm nor wrongs him. 90. Hence, if one is incapable of this, or is occupied with what is more incumbent upon him, or another has already undertaken it, then it is not obligatory upon him. But if he is able, and it has become specifically incumbent upon him, and it does not distract him from what is more obligatory, then it is obligatory upon him. And as for the questioner's saying, Is this a legislated practice? It is among the best of deeds. Indeed, it is among the deeds of the prophets and the righteous. For prophets and righteous men have never ceased to repel the devils from the children of Adam by what God and his messenger have commanded, just as the Messiah used to do, and just as our prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, used to do. Thus Ahmad relates in his Musnad, and Abu Dawud, 91, in his Sunan, from the hadith of Matar ibn Abd al-Rahman al-A'naq. He said, Aban, the daughter of Al-Wazi ibn Zari ibn Amir al-Abd, narrated to me, from her father, from her grandfather, that her grandfather Zari went out to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, taking with him a son of his who was mad, or, as he said, his sister's son. My grandfather said,
When we arrived before the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, I said, I have with me my son, or my sister's son, who is mad. I have brought him to you so that you may pray to God for him. He said, bring him to me. He said, so I went to him with the boy while he was on the riding beast. I stripped the boy of his travel clothes and clothed him in 2 fine garments. Then I took him by the hand until I brought him to the messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace. He said, bring him close to me, turn his back so that it faces me. So I gathered his garment together at its upper and lower ends, and he began striking his back until I could see the whiteness of his armpits, while saying, come out, enemy of God, come out, enemy of God. Then the boy began to look with the look of one who is sound, unlike his former look. Thereupon the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, seated him in front of him, prayed over him, called for water, wiped his face, and prayed for him. And thereafter, among the entire delegation, there was none who excelled him after the messenger of God's prayer over him. And Ahmad said, 92, in the Musnad, Abd-Allah ibn Numayr narrated to us from Uthman ibn Hakam, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abd al-Azz, from Ya'la ibn Murrah, who said, indeed, I have seen 3 things from the messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace, which no one before me saw, and no one after me shall see. I went out with him on a journey. Then, when we were on part of the road, we passed by a woman sitting with a little boy of hers. She said, O messenger of God, this boy of mine has been struck by an affliction, and we have been afflicted through him. He is taken by it each day, I do not know how many times. He said, hand him to me. So she lifted him up to him, and he placed him between himself and the middle post of the saddle. Then he exhaled over him, breathed into him 3 times, and said, in the name of God, I am a servant of God. Be humbled, enemy of God. Then he handed him back to her and said, meet us on our return at this place and tell us what has happened. He said, so we went on and then returned, and we found her in that place with 3 sheep. He said, what did your boy do? She said, by him who sent you with the truth, we have sensed nothing from him at all until this very hour, and these sheep have given milk. He said, get down, take one of them, and return the rest. And he mentioned the Hadr itself in full. Waqar narrated to us. He said, Al-Amash narrated to us from Al-Minhal ibn Amr, from Ya'la ibn Murrah, from his father. Waqar said, Murrah, meaning Al-Thaqaf. And he did not say Murrah from his father, that a woman came to the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, with a little boy of hers who had a touch from the unseen. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, come out, enemy of God. I am the messenger of God. So he was cured. Then she presented to him 2 rams and some dried curds and some clarified butter. The messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, take the curds and the butter, and take one of the 2 rams and return the other to her. Abd al-Razzaq narrated to us. Ma'mar informed us from Atta ibn Sa'ib, from Abdullah ibn Hafs, from Ya'la ibn Murrah al-Thaqaf, who said, 3 things I have seen from the messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace. And he mentioned the hadith. And in it he said, then we travelled on and came upon water, and a woman brought him a son of hers who had a Jinn affliction. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, took him by the nostril and said, come out, I am Muhammad, the messenger of God. Then we travelled on. He said, Then, when we returned from our journey, we passed by that water, and the woman came to him with a young camel and milk. He ordered her to return the young camel, and he commanded his companions, and they drank of the milk. Then we asked her about the boy, and she said, "By him who sent you with the truth, we have not seen anything doubtful in him since you left." 93. And even if it were supposed that he did not say this, still the like of this did not occur with the prophets before him. But the devils were not able to do such a thing in the presence of the prophets, whereas they did it in our time. For God and his messenger have commanded us to help the oppressed, to relieve the distressed, and to benefit the Muslim in whatever that encompasses. And it is established in the two Sahars, 94, in the hadith of those who performed ruqya with Al-Fatiha, that the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "How did you know that it is a ruqya?" And he permitted them to take the sheep they were given in return for healing the bitten man with ruqya. And the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said to the devil who sought to cut off his prayer, "I seek refuge with God from you. I curse you with God's perfect curse," 3 times, 95. And this is like repelling the oppressors among humankind, among unbelievers and depraved transgressors. For the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, and his companions, even though they did not then have bows and Persian lances and the like of what is needed in battle, it is established from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, that he commanded that they be fought. 96. Second, from the side of the healer, these two matters must also be present. Indeed, among healers there are those for whom it suffices to say, "Come out of him," or to say, "In the name of God," or to say, "There is no power and no might except with God." And the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, used to say, "Come out, enemy of God, I am the messenger of God." And our Sheikh has seen this. One sends for an epileptic in whom a spirit speaks, and the Sheikh says to it, "Come out, for this is not lawful for you." So the epileptic recovers, and sometimes he addresses it by itself, and sometimes the spirit is stubborn, and he drives it out by striking, and the epileptic recovers without even feeling pain. We have witnessed this, and others besides us have witnessed it many times. And it often happened that he would recite into the ear of the epileptic, "Do you then think that we have created you in mere play, and that you would not be brought back unto us?" 23, 115. "And you will not return to us." And he once told me that he recited it into the ear of an epileptic, and the spirit spoke. Yes. He said, so her voice changed. So I took a stick and struck her upon a vein in his neck until my arm grew tired from striking, and those present did not doubt that the epileptic would die from that beating. Yet while being struck, she said, "I love him." So I said to her, "Do you love him?" She said, "I want to go on pilgrimage with him." I said, "But he does not want to go on pilgrimage with you." She said, "I will make him." I said, "No, only obedience to God and his messenger." She said, "Then I will come out of him." So the epileptic sat up, looking to his right and left, and he said, "What is all this beating?" They said to him, "Upon what? Your sheikh was beating me, and I did not feel it." And he did not even know that he had been beaten 100 times. He used to treat with ayat al-Kurs, and he would command that it be recited abundantly over the epileptic and by whoever was treating him with it, and that al-Mu'awwidatain be recited. In sum, this kind of epilepsy and its treatment is denied only by one whose share of knowledge, intellect, and insight is small,
and the most frequent domination of foul spirits over their people arises from the weakness of their religion, the ruin of their hearts, and their neglect of the realities of remembrance, seeking refuge in God, and the prophetic faith-rooted means of protection. Zad al-Ma'ad 4:67-69. And he informed that his community would fight them. And it is known that the beneficial fighting against them is only by Persian lances. Even if they were killed with Arab lances that resemble cotton bows, it would not avail at all. Rather, they would overpower the Muslims through the strength of their shooting. Hence, they must be fought with what subdues them. And some Muslims said to Umar ibn al-Khattab, "When the enemy sees that we have worn silk, we find fear in our hearts." So he said, "Then you too, wear as they have worn." 97. 84-88. In Ahkam al-Marjan. And if a human were to do this to a human, and he could not be repelled except by killing, then it would be lawful to kill him. 89. That is, abandoning him. This paragraph is an answer to a part of the question referred to, whether the knowledgeable healer may abandon the epileptic without treating him and withdraw from him. 90. Related from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar. Ibn Hajar said, he does not betray him, la yuslimu, that is, he does not abandon him to one who would harm him. Rather, he supports him and defends him. And this is more specific than merely leaving wrongdoing. He said, and it may be read with fatha, la yaslamu, according to the difference of circumstances. Fath 597. 91. Zari has only one hadith in the 6 books, and no one related it except Abu Dawud, and it is with the chain that the author mentioned. But Abu Dawud did not relate this amount that the author cited. Rather, he confined himself to the story of kissing the messenger's hand and foot. He also transmitted it, likewise, Al-Ash'ath ibn al-Qais. Al-Bukhari related, in Al-Adab al-Mufrad, a report confined to kissing the hand and foot. Ibn Abd al-Bar said regarding Abu Dawud's hadith, good. Al-Tamhid, 14:13. Ibn Hajar said, it is among the good hadiths narrated regarding kissing the hand. Fath al-Bari, 11-48. As for the story mentioned by the author, Ahmad related it, as he said, and Abu Dawud al-Tayalis from Matar ibn Abd al-Rahman al-A'naq in his Musnad, 245, Ust al-Ghab. Aban is its sole transmitter. Ibn Hajar said about her, accepted, meaning if she has corroboration, otherwise she is soft in reliability. And as far as I know, she has no corroboration in this hadith. 92. Al-Hakim related it in Al-Mustadrak 2117 through the route of Yunus ibn Bukayr from Al-Amash with its full text. He said, its chain is sound, and Al-Dahab agreed with him. 93. Ibn Asakir has related from the hadith of Usama ibn Zayd something close to the hadith of Ya'la. Ahkam al-Marjan 114. Ahmad, al-Darim, al-Tabaran, al-Bayhaqbi, and Abu Nu'aym have related from Ibn Abbas that a woman came with a son of hers and said, O Messenger of God, this son of mine has madness. It seizes him at our lunchtime and our supper time and spoils things for us. So the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, wiped him and prayed for him. Then he pushed him away, and from inside him there came out something like a black puppy. So he was cured. Al-Kasai's Al-Kubra, 2290. I say the wording, so he was cured, fashafa, is found in Lisan al-Arab. In Ahkam al-Marjan, it appears as fasha'a like this. The first is from healing, and the latter is from swift walking, i.e. rapid movement. In other words, something came out of the mouth of this boy like a puppy. Many hadiths have been related about how to treat the epileptic.
Among them is what Abu Dawud related and Al-Nawawi declared sound from the hadith of Kharija ibn al-Salt from his paternal uncle, that he came to the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, and embraced Islam. Then he set out returning. On the way he passed by a people who had a madman shackled in iron, and his family said, "We were told that your companion has come with good. Do you have anything with you by which you can treat him?" He said, "So I recited over him Al-Fatiha of the book, and he was cured. They gave me 100 sheep, and I came to the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, and informed him. He said, 'Did you say anything other than this?' I said, 'No.' He said, 'Take them, for by my life whoever eats by a false ruqya has eaten wrongfully, but you have eaten by a true ruqya.' In one narration, he recited over him with Al-Fatiha of the book for 3 days, morning and evening. Every time he finished it, he gathered his saliva and then blew it out. Among them is what Ibn Majah related from the hadith of Abu Layla. He said, 'I was sitting with the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, when a Bedouin came and said, "I have a brother who is ill." He said, "What is the illness of your brother?" He said, "He has a touch from the unseen." He said, "Go and bring him to me." He said, so he went and brought him and seated him before him. And I heard him perform ruqya over him with Al-Fatiha of the book, and 4 verses from the beginning of Al-Baqarah, 2, 1, 4, and 2 verses from its middle, and your God is one God. 60. And Ayat al-Kurs, 2002, 255, and 3 verses from its end, and a verse from Al-Imran. God bears witness that there is no deity save him. 3, 18, and a verse from Al-Araf. Verily, your Lord is God, who created the heavens and the earth. 7.54, and a verse from the believers. And whoever invokes alongside God another deity. 23, 117, for which he has no proof, and a verse from Al-Jinn. And we have learned that he, exalted be our Lord's majesty, has taken neither consort nor son. 22, and 10 verses from the beginning of Al-Safat, 37, 1, 10, and 3 verses from the end of Al-Hashr, 59, 22, 24, and say he is God, 1, 112, 1 to 4, and the 2 surahs of seeking refuge, 113, 1, 5, 114, 1 to 6. Then the Bedouin rose, cured, there was nothing wrong with him. In its chain is Abu Junab al-Kalb, Yahya ibn Abi Hayya, and he is weak. Among them is what Ibn al-Sunnah related, transmitted by him from Al-Adhkar, from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, God be pleased with him, that he recited into the ear of one afflicted, and the man recovered. So the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said to him, "What did you recite into his ear?" He said, "I recited, 'Do you then think that we have created you in mere play?'" 23:3. On a surah 50, until he finished to the end of the surah. At 23, he says 3, Yamdi Sans and Sendaran San 15, so Sanchez Hegan and Maiden, messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "If a man possessed of certainty would recite it over a mountain, it would surely move." Ibn Abu Hatim also related it, as Ibn Kathir mentioned. Ibn al-Qayyim mentioned in this regard sound words, saying, treating this kind of affliction is by 2 matters, a matter from the side of the epileptic and a matter from the side of the healer. The matter from the side of the epileptic is the strength of his own soul, the firmness of his turning to these spirits and his resistance of them, and true seeking refuge, the kind upon which heart and tongue concur. For this is a kind of battle, and a combatant cannot prevail over his enemy except by 2 matters, that his weapon be sound in itself, and that his forearm be strong. So, if either is lacking, the weapon may not avail, however sharp. How, then, if both are absent altogether? A heart that is ruined, empty of tawhid, reliance upon God, God consciousness and turning to Him, so that it has no weapon at all. 94. Related from the Hadath of Abu Sa'd al-Khudra. 95. Muslim related it from the Hadath of Abu al-Darda. 96. I say, as for his report that his community would fight the Turks, this is what the authors of the 6 books related from the Hadath of Abu Huraira. But as for his commanding that they be fought, this is not something we have come upon. What is in our hands, rather, is the opposite. Abu Dawud and Al-Nasar related from a man among the companions of the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, as a raised report, leave the Abyssinians alone so long as they leave you alone, and leave the Turks alone so long as they leave you alone. Al-Alban graded it Hasan, Sahih al-Jami 3145. Ibn Hajar said, it was well known in the time of the companions. The hadith, leave the Turks alone so long as they leave you alone. Al-Tabaran narrated in Al-Firdaus from the hadith of Muawiyah. I heard the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, say it. Abu Ya'la narrated via another route from Muawiyah ibn Khudayj. He said, I was with Muawiyah when a letter came to him from his governor stating that he had clashed with the Turks and defeated them. Muawiyah became angry and wrote to him, do not fight them until I come to you with my command. For I heard the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, say, the Turks will leave the Arabs alone until they strike their women. Bar 669. They differed about the origin of the Turks. As for their lands, it was said, their lands are what lies between the eastern edges of Khorasan to the lands of China and northern India to the farthest inhabited regions. Fath 608. Among the kinds of Turks are the Tatars, the Daylamites, the Guz, the Saljuks, and the Samanids. Al-Khattab said, the verse is general, and fight the polytheists altogether. 9:36. And the polytheists were fought. And between this hadith and the verse is absolute, while the hadith is qualified. So the absolute is carried upon the qualified, and the hadith becomes a specification for the generality of the verse. Al-Ma'bud 11409. Al-Suhraward said, the matter in the hadith is for permission and allowance, not for obligation. Badl al-Majud 17216. I say there is no contradiction between the verse and the hadith, as it appears that the messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, indicated to the Muslims to give precedence to that which is most emphatic in their right, fighting the nearer enemy, as God Most High says, fight those of the unbelievers who are close to you, or fighting the enemy against whom victory is easier until the Muslims' force is strengthened and their authority expands. And for this reason he made it easy for them to fight the far enemy, or the intensely powerful enemy. And he informed them about the fighting that would occur between the Muslims and the Turks. Thus his previous saying did not prevent the Muslims from fighting the Turks when they acquired capacity and ability. 97. Umar narrated the hadith forbidding the wearing of silk. Al-Shaykhan and others related it. Al-Shaykhan also related from the hadith of Anas the Prophet's permission, God bless him and grant him peace, for Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf and al-Zubayr to wear silk shirts because of an itch they suffered. Ibn Hajar said, Al-Tabar inferred from it the permissibility of wearing silk in war. Ibn Hajar said, and Ibn Hibban transmitted from Ibn al-Jawz that he considered it recommended in war. Al-Muhallab said,
Wearing it in war is like the permission to employ stratagem in war. Fath al-Bar 6101. Al-Bukhari titled a chapter on Anas's hadith. Chapter: Silk in War. Some claim this ruling is particular to the permission given to Abd al-Rahman and al-Zubayr. Ibn Hajar said, this was also understood from Umar, God be pleased with him. Ibn Asakir narrated from the rout of Ibn Auf, from Ibn Sirin, that Umar saw upon Khalid ibn al-Walad a silk shirt, and said, "What is this?" The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, commanded his companions in the Umrah of Al-Qada to perform Ramal and Ittiba, 98, so that the idolaters might behold their strength. And even if this had not been prescribed before that time, he did, on account of jihad, what would not have been prescribed without it. For this reason, in curing the epileptic and driving the jinn away from him, one may sometimes need to resort to striking. 99. Thus he may strike very many blows, yet the striking falls only upon the jinn, and the epileptic does not feel it, until the epileptic regains consciousness and tells that he felt nothing of it, and that it did not affect his body. And he may have been struck with a strong stick upon his legs some 300 or 400 times, more or less, such that, had it been upon a human being, it would have killed him. But it is only upon the jinn, and the jinn cries out and screams, and those present witness diverse matters, just as we ourselves have done this and tested it many times, in ways whose description would take long, in the presence of many people. As for seeking help against them by means of what is spoken and written whose meaning is not understood, this is not prescribed, especially if it contains association with God, for that is forbidden. Indeed, most of what the people of adjurations utter contains association with God, and they may recite alongside it something of the Qur'an, showing it openly, while concealing what they utter of association with God. But in seeking healing through what God and his messenger have prescribed, there is that which suffices, leaving association with God and its people behind. And Muslims, although they may differ over the permissibility of treatment with forbidden substances such as carrion and swine, do not differ that unbelief and association with God may never be used as treatment in any circumstance, for that is forbidden in every circumstance. It is not like uttering it under compulsion, 100, for that is allowed only when the heart is at rest in faith. And uttering words has effect only when it is rooted in the speaker's heart. But if he were to utter them while his heart is tranquil in faith, they would have no effect. And when Satan knows that a man holds such adjurations in contempt, he will not help him. Moreover, the coerced person is forced to utter it, whereas there is no necessity that would require curing the afflicted by means of it, for two reasons. One of them, 101, is that it may not have any effect. How many are those who treat by such adjurations and nothing is achieved? Rather, it only increases him in evil. The second is that what is true suffices in place of what is false. And people in this matter are of three kinds: a people who deny the jinns entering into human beings, and a people who repel this by blameworthy adjurations. These deny what exists, while those rebel against and may even disbelieve in the one who is to be worshipped. But the middle community affirms the existent truth and believes in the one God who alone is worthy of worship. And through his worship, supplication, remembrance, his names and his speech, they repel the devils of humankind and the jinn. As for asking the jinn, or asking those who ask them, then if it is done in the manner of believing them in everything they report, and magnifying the one asked, it is forbidden. This is established in Sahih Muslim and elsewhere from Muawiyah ibn al-Hakam al-Sulam, who said, I said, O Messenger of God, there are matters we used to do in the time of ignorance. We used to go to soothsayers. He said, do not go to soothsayers. And in Sahih Muslim also, from Ubaidullah, from Nafi, from Safiya, from one of the Prophet's wives, God bless him and grant him peace, from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, he said, whoever goes to a fortune-teller and asks him about something, his prayer will not be accepted for 40 days. But if one asks the person questioned in order to test his condition, to probe the inward reality of his claim, and he possesses that by which he distinguishes truth from falsehood, then this is permissible, as is established in the two Sahihs, 102, that the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, asked Ibn Sayyad and said, what comes to you? He said, a truthful one and a lying one come to me. He said, what do you see? He said, I see a throne upon the water. He said, I have hidden for you something. He said, al-Duch, al-Duch. He said, be abased. You will never exceed your measure. You are only one of the brothers of the soothsayers. And likewise, if one listens to what they say and report from the Jinn, as the Muslims listen to what the unbelievers and the immoral say in order to know what is with them and take heed. And as one listens to the report of a corrupt person and then seeks clarification and verification, not judging decisively for its truth or its falsehood except by evidence, just as God Most High says, O you who have attained to faith, if a depraved person comes to you with a tiding, then verify it. 49:6, 103. And it is established in Sahih al-Bukhari from Abu Huraira, 103, that the people of the book used to read the Torah in Hebrew and explain it in Arabic. So the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, if the people of the book speak to you, then neither affirm them nor deny them, for either they will tell you something true, and you will deny it, or they will tell you something false, and you will affirm it. Rather say, we believe in God, and in what has been bestowed from on high upon us, and what has been bestowed from on high upon you, and our God and your God is one, and to him we surrender ourselves. 29:46. Thus it became permissible for Muslims to hear what they say, without affirming it and without denying it. And it has been related of Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, 104, that news from Umar reached him late, while there was a woman who had with her a companion from among the Jinn. He questioned him about it, and he informed him that he had left Umar branding the camels of charity. In another report that Umar sent out an army, and then a person came to Medina and announced that they had been victorious over their enemy, and the news spread. Umar asked about this, and it was mentioned to him, so he said, this is Abu al-Haytham, the courier of the Muslims from among the Jinn, and the courier of humankind will come after that. And after some days, the human courier did indeed arrive. Fasl. It is permissible to write for one afflicted and others among the sick, something from God's book, writing it with permissible ink, then washing it off and giving it to drink. This is stated by Ahmad and others. Abdullah ibn Ahmad said, I read to my father, Ya'la ibn Ubaid narrated to us, Sufyan narrated to us, from Muhammad ibn Abi Layla, 105, from Al-Hakam, from Sa'd ibn Jubair, from Ibn Abbas, who said, if a woman's childbirth becomes difficult for her, then let her write, in the name of God. There is no deity but God, the clement, the generous. Glory be to God, the Lord of the tremendous throne. All praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. On that day it will seem to them, when they behold it, as though they had not remained on earth for more than an evening or its morning. 79:46. And it will seem to them, on the day when they behold what they are promised, as though they had remained on earth no more than an hour of a day. A proclamation then, would any be destroyed save the iniquitous folk? 425. My father said, Aswad ibn Amir narrated to us with its chain, with the same meaning, and he said, it is written in a clean vessel, then given to drink. My father said, and Waka added in it, it is given to drink, and what lies below her navel is sprinkled. Abdullah said, I saw my father write for a woman in a goblet or something clean. Abu Amr Muhammad ibn Ahmad ibn Hamdan al-Har said, Al-Hasan ibn Sufyan al-Nasawa told us. Abdullah ibn Ahmad ibn Shu'aib told me. Ala ibn al-Hasan ibn Shaqaq told us. Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak told us, from Sufyan, from Ibn Abi Layla, from Al-Hakam, from Sa'ad ibn Jubair, from Ibn Abbas, who said, if a woman's childbirth becomes difficult for her, then let her write, in the name of God. There is no deity but God, the Most High, the Tremendous. There is no deity but God, the Clement, the Generous. Glory be to God, exalted is He, Lord of the tremendous throne. And all praise is due to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. On that day it will seem to them, when they behold it, as though they had not remained on earth for more than an evening or its morning. 1779:46. And it will seem to them, on the day when they behold what they are promised, as though they had remained on earth no more than an hour of a day. A proclamation then, would any be destroyed save the iniquitous folk? 46:5. Al said, it is written upon a sheet and hung upon the woman's upper arm. Al said, we have tested this, and we have seen nothing more astonishing than it. If you place it beneath her quickly, and then put it into a cloth, or burn it afterwards. This is the last of the words of Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah. May God hallow his countenance and illumine his resting place. The treatise, clarifying the indication of the universality of the message, is complete. After it comes the commentary on the Hadith. Islam began as something strange. And is this to be counted as sorcery, or is it truth, as they claim? I found in Fath al-Bar something that may be taken as an answer to this question, namely that the snake, by its natural enmity towards human beings, makes common cause with devils, since they are enemies of the children of Adam. Thus, when one adjures the snake by the names of the devils, it responds and comes out of its place. Fath al-Bar 10:160. And we have already mentioned that among snakes are devils. So, when one adjures these devils with idolatrous adjurations, they respond to him and follow him. And it is not far-fetched that what such people do belongs to the realm of sorcery, especially since what is evident of many such people is that they do not uphold the manifest obligations in which no one is allowed to fall short. 98. Ramal, quickened walking, resembling trotting. Itiba, exposing the right shoulder by placing the upper garment under the right armpit and over the left shoulder. 99. This is indicated by the preceding hadith of Zari. 100. That is, uttering unbelief under compulsion. 101. In the original it read that it may not have any effect. Most of what affects is that of one who treats by adjurations, but it does not affect. Rather, it increases him in evil. It is likewise in the copy of Munar al-Dimashqi, and the correction is from Ahkam al-Marjan. 102. His saying, I see a throne upon the water, is found only in Muslim, from the hadith of Abu Sa'd al-Khudr. As for his saying, you are among the brothers of the soothsayers, it is not in that report in Muslim,
but it is found in another report. And this hadith is part of the hadith of Abd Allah ibn Umar, related by the two sheikhs. Ibn Sayyad differed about was he the Dajjal or not, and he claimed prophethood in the presence of the Messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, wished to show the Muslims through this testing the true state of this man, and that he was a devil, not one to whom God revealed anything. Al-Nawawi said, Al-Khattab said, as for the Prophet's testing him by hiding for him a verse of Al-Dukhan, it was because he used to reach, through soothsaying, some speech of the unseen, and receive it from the devils, and thus claim prophethood. So the Prophet tested him with it, to make manifest the reality of his state, and to show the companions his condition, that he is a soothsayer to whom the devils cast what they cast to soothsayers, so that he clings to it on his tongue, and reaches only some of it. Thus the Prophet hid for him his saying, exalted is he. So watch for the day when the sky will bring forth a manifest smoke. 44:10. Then he, Ibn Sayyad, said, al-Dukh, truncating the word. The Prophet then said to him, you will not go beyond your measure, meaning you will not exceed your capacity, like soothsayers of your kind, who can snatch only a single word from what the devils cast to them out of many. Unlike the prophets, upon them be blessings and peace, for to them God, exalted is he, reveals knowledge of the unseen in a complete, clear form. Al-Nawawi said, if it is said, why did the Prophet not kill him, though he had claimed prophethood in his presence? Many answers have been given, among them are two that Al-Bayhaq and others mentioned. One of them is that he was not yet of age. Al-Qad Iyad chose this answer. The second is that it was during the days of the Prophet's treaty with the Jews and their covenant, and Al-Khattab decisively supported this second answer. I say, in the narration of Ibn Umar, and Ibn Sayyad had come close to puberty, meaning he had not yet reached it. 103. His words, or they may tell you something false and you will affirm it, are not in Al-Bukhar's recension. Ahmad, Ibn Abi Shaybah, and Al-Bazar related it from the Hadath of Jabir in the story of Umar reading from a book of the people of the book. Ibn Hajar said, its men are trustworthy, except that in it is Khalid, who is weak. And Abd al-Razak and others related something like it through the route of Harith ibn Zuhr, who said, Abd Allah said, meaning Mawqif upon Abd Allah. Ibn Hajar said, its chain is good. Fath al-Bari, 13, 284. 104. Abdullah ibn Ahmad ibn Hanbal narrated with his chain in Fadail al-Sahaba that Salim ibn Abdullah said, the news of Umar was delayed from Abu Musa al-Ash'ar, and he was the governor of Basra. There was, beside him, a woman with a devil who spoke. So he sent her to Umar. She went, and Umar questioned her about the commander of the faithful. She said, he is in Yemen and is about to come. They waited a little, then said, go and tell us about the commander of the faithful. She said, that man has already come upon you. So they waited, and then the news came to them about the commander of the faithful. He said, that man, nothing could prevent us from it between his eye and the Holy Spirit, and God never created a devil that can be heard except through his face. A citation from Ahkam al-Marjan, Panta 168. And it is mentioned in another report, and Ibn al-Jawz mentioned it also in the history of Umar ibn al-Khattab, that Salim ibn Abdullah said, the news of Umar was delayed from Abu Musa al-Ash'ar. Then a woman came with a devil in her belly. So he questioned her, and she came to a devil. He said,
he left him branding the camels of charity. That is because no devil sees him except another devil. Between his eye and the Holy Spirit he speaks upon his tongue. I say this report is mursal, for Salim ibn Abdullah did not catch this story, and the author's statement indicates the permissibility of listening to what they say and taking report from it. 105. The reports mentioned revolve around Muhammad ibn Abdul Rahman ibn Abi Layla. The Hafiz said, he is truthful, but very poor in retention. One may argue for this practice by what is established regarding breathing lightly, nafth, in Ruqya, and in the Mu'awidat. Qad Iyad said, the benefit of nafth is seeking blessing through that moisture or breath which the remembrance has touched, just as one seeks blessing through the water with which what is written of remembrance has been washed. Fath al-Bara 10:161. Benefit. Very often some people, especially in villages and rural areas, pass by and claim that they have. In the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace. All praise is due to God, and may God's blessings and peace be upon the messenger of God, Muhammad. God bless him and grant him peace. To begin then, the messenger of God. Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, has said, Islam began as something strange, and it shall return to being strange as it began. So blessedness is for the strangers. And whatever the messenger says is true. And what he utters can never prove false, since in such matters he does not speak from conjecture or guesswork. He speaks only the truth which God has revealed to him. And what is this strangeness but a loneliness that has pitched its tents across all the horizons of the earth, until Islam has come to be a stranger among its own people, and unknown even to those who claim to follow it? Such is the reality. What then is the duty? It is to this that resolve must be turned, to set forth what is required of Muslims when Islam becomes strange. For many people have turned their concern to defining who the stranger is, but they have not exerted themselves to clarify what is required at the time of strangeness. And what Shaykh al-Islam has done in this treatise is precisely to clarify the duty in the face of such a reality. Herein lies the treatise's worth and the greatness of its measure, despite the smallness of its size. Shaykh al-Islam made clear in this treatise that the strangeness of Islam does not constitute an excuse to abandon Islam and withdraw from it, and that whoever holds fast to it in the time of strangeness is the most fortunate of people, and that whatever harm befalls the one who holds fast, he is compensated for it immediately through faith, through its sweetness and its delight, by which he can bear that harm. And Shaykh al-Islam explains that many people, when they see wrongdoing or see many of Islam's conditions changed, panic and wail as those wail who are struck by calamity. And this is the path of helplessness. Rather, he is commanded to be patient, to place his trust in God, and to remain steadfast upon the religion of Islam. And Shaykh al-Islam clarifies that Islam's remaining strange and abased throughout the whole earth until the hour is established can never be. For the Messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, has informed that there will always remain a group from his community manifest upon the truth until God's command comes. And in this is a refutation of those who speak falsehood and say, there is no point and no benefit in enjoining what is right and forbidding what is wrong. They argue for this claim by saying that the Messenger, God bless him and grant him peace, has informed, and it is true and confirmed, that Islam began strange and will return strange,
and he informed in other hadiths that his community will resemble other communities from among the earlier nations, the Jews and the Christians. They say whatever the messenger has said and informed must inevitably occur, so there is no benefit then and no point in enjoining what is right and forbidding what is wrong. And this, on their part, is opposing the revealed law by appeal to destiny, and it is not permissible for anyone to argue in mukhalaf the law by destiny. Destiny is to be believed in, not used as a pretext. Shaykh al-Islam has already refuted this very claim in his book Iqtida al-Sirat al-Mustaqam. He said, "And it is not to be said, if the book and the sunnah have indicated that such a thing will occur, what benefit is there in forbidding it? For the book and the sunnah have also indicated that within this community there will never cease to be a group holding fast to the truth with which God sent Muhammad, God bless him and grant him peace, until the hour rises, and that it will not unite upon misguidance. Thus, forbidding that resemblance increases this victorious group, awakens it, and increases its faith. So we ask God, whose aid must be sought, to make us of it. And moreover, even if it were assumed that people would not abandon this blameworthy resemblance, still there would be in knowing it the knowledge of what is vile, and the faith that it is so. For knowledge itself and faith in what God has disliked are good, even if one does not act upon it. Indeed, the benefit of knowledge and faith is greater than the benefit of mere action that is not joined to knowledge. For if a human being recognizes what is right and rejects what is wrong, he is better than one whose heart is dead, who recognizes no right and rejects no wrong." Then he said, "Even if we assumed that people would not abandon the wrong, and would not even recognize it as wrong, that would not prevent the conveying of the message and the clarifying of knowledge. Rather, it does not drop the obligation of conveying, nor the obligation of commanding and forbidding, according to one of the two reports from Ahmad, and the view of many of the people of knowledge." Iqtida 42-43. Then Shaykh al-Islam, within this very treatise of ours, clarified that God has promised the believers who do righteous deeds that he will make them successors upon the earth, and that the degree of succession is in accordance with the measure of righteousness and faith. Thus, whoever is more perfect in faith and righteous action, his succession is more complete and more perfect, and whoever has deficiency and flaw, his empowerment will contain deficiency and flaw. This is God's promise to the believers in every time and place. God has promised those of you who have attained to faith and do righteous deeds that he will most certainly cause them to succeed others on earth. 24-50. So no argument remains for the one who speaks falsehood. Then Shaykh al-Islam clarified, at the end of his treatise, that apostasy becomes abundant only in one who has Qur'an without knowledge and faith, or in one who has faith without knowledge and Qur'an. But as for one who has been granted Qur'an and faith, and thus attains knowledge, this will not be lifted from his breast. I think that by this we have offered an introduction to this treatise, and we ask God out of his grace for enabling and right guidance. Shaykh al-Islam, may God have mercy on him, said, Fasl on the saying of the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, in the sound hadith. Islam began as something strange, and it shall return strange as it began. So blessedness is for the strangers. 106. This does not imply that if it becomes strange, it is permissible to abandon it. God forbid. Rather, the matter is as God exalted is, he says, and whoever seeks a religion other than self-surrender unto God, it will never be accepted from him. And in the life to come, he shall be among the lost. Tabor 5. And God, exalted is he, says, Behold, the only religion in the sight of God is self-surrender unto him. 3:19. And God, exalted is he, says, O you who have attained to faith, be conscious of God with all the consciousness that is due to him, and do not die except in a state of self-surrender unto him. And God, exalted is he, says, and who could be averse to the creed of Abraham except one who makes a fool of himself? For we did choose him in this world, and in the life to come he shall be among the righteous. When his sustainer said to him, Surrender thyself unto me, he answered, I have surrendered myself unto the sustainer of all the worlds. And Abraham enjoined upon his children the same, and so did Jacob. O my children, God has chosen for you this way of life, therefore do not die except in a state of self-surrender unto him. Tawqifah 30, 132. We have expounded this elsewhere and shown that all the prophets, from Noah to the Messiah, had as their religion Islam, self-surrender unto God. Therefore, when Islam began as something strange, no other way of life was acceptable. Indeed, it is established in the sound Hadith 107, the Hadith of Iyad ibn Himar, from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, that he said, Truly, God looked upon the people of the earth and loathed them, Arab and non-Arab alike, except for remnants from among the people of the book. The Hadith. Nor does this imply that if Islam becomes strange, the one who holds fast to it will be in evil. Rather, he is the most fortunate of people, as he said in the completion of the Hadith. So blessedness is for the strangers, and Tuba is from Tayyib, goodness, blessedness. God, exalted is he, says, Blessedness, Tuba, is for them, and a fair journey's end. 13:29. Thus he will be of the kind of the first forerunners, those who followed it when it was strange, and they are the most fortunate of people. As for the life to come, they are the highest of people in rank after the prophets, upon them be peace. And as for this world, God, exalted is he, says, O prophet, God is enough for thee and for those believers who follow thee. 864. That is, God is enough for you and enough for your followers. And God, exalted is he, says, Verily, my protector is God, who has bestowed this book from on high, and he it is who protects the righteous. 7:196. And God, exalted is he, says, Is not God enough for his servant? 39. 30:60. And he says, And whoever is conscious of God, he will make for him a way out, and will provide for him from where he does not expect. And whoever places his trust in God, he alone is enough for him. 65:2-3. Thus, the Muslim who truly follows the Messenger, God, exalted is he, is enough for him and suffices him, and he is his protector, wherever he may be and whenever he may be. For this reason you find Muslims who hold fast to Islam, even in the lands of unbelief, possessing happiness, according to the measure of their holding fast to Islam. If evil enters upon them, it is by their sins. Indeed, even idolaters and the people of the book, when they see a Muslim who upholds Islam, magnify him, honour him, and excuse him from those tasks by which they make much of those who ascribe themselves to the outward semblance of Islam, without acting by its inner reality. 109. And so it was with the Muslims at the beginning of Islam, and so it is at every time. 106. This was narrated by a number of companions, among them Abu Huraira. His hadith is in Muslim and Ibn Majah. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud with Al-Tirmidh and Ibn Majah. Ibn Umar with Muslim, Anas with Ibn Majah, and Amr ibn Auf with Al-Tirmidh. 107. Part of a long hadith related by Muslim. Al-Nawawi said, Al-Maqt is the most intense hatred.
And what is meant by this loathing and this looking is what was before the sending of the messenger of God. God bless him and grant him peace. And what is meant by remnants of the people of the book are those who remained holding fast to their true religion without alteration. Sharh al-Nawawi, 5716, 108. This is the view of Al-Farra. There are other statements. Ibn Abbas said, "Joy and comfort of the eye." Ikrimah said, "How excellent for them." Al-Dahak said, "Gladness for them." Ibrahim al-Nakha said, "Good for them." Ibn Kathir commented, "These statements are one and the same. There is no contradiction between them." 512. He also related, as a raised report, that it is a tree in paradise under whose shade the rider travels for 100 years. Ahmad related it from the Hadath of Abu Sa'd, but its chain is weak, and Ibn Jarir related it from the Hadath of Abu Huraira, and its chain is also weak. So Ibn Kathir said. And it is related from Abu Huraira, Ibn Abbas, Muawiyah ibn Qurra, Abu Sa'd, and more than one of the early generations, that Tuba is a tree in paradise, and in every dwelling of paradise there is a branch from it. Tafsir Ibn Kathir 2512. Al-Albans related the hadith of Abu Sa'd in Al-Silsila as-Sahihah and said, "This chain is acceptable as supporting evidence." He said, "It is supported by what Furat ibn Furat narrated from Muawiyah ibn Qurra from his father, that the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, and he mentioned a hadith about that. I say, what is astonishing is that he treated the hadith of Qurra as supporting evidence, while he himself had said about it, fabricated. Da'f al-Jami 4-13. Then he sought support from two other hadiths which contain no supporting evidence. 109. There was here the expression miyakram, and it has no meaning here, therefore we deleted it. It is inevitable that people will experience some share of hardship in this world, and yes, God bestows blessings upon his servants. Yet the evil that reaches the Muslim is less, while the blessings that come to him are more. Thus the Muslims at the beginning of Islam, though they were tried by the hurt inflicted by the unbelievers and by being driven out from their homes, still what the unbelievers incurred of ruin was far greater, and whatever might reach the unbelievers of honour or wealth would reach the Muslims in even greater measure. 110. For the Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, despite how the idolaters strove by every path to harm him, God would ward it off from him and strengthen him and protect him and give him victory by virtue of his being mightier than Quraysh. There was none among them but that he might harm him. Yet there was also an awe of him in the one who could not repel him. For every great one has another great one who rivals him, contends with him, and opposes him, and enmities him. Such is the state of those who do not follow Islam. They fear one another, and they hope from one another. And as for his followers, those who emigrated to Abyssinia were honoured by the king of Abyssinia and given the utmost of honour and dignity. And those who emigrated to Medina were more honoured and mightier still. And whatever worldly hurt reached them, they were compensated for it, swiftly, by faith, by its sweetness and its delight by which they could bear that hurt. As for their enemies, what reached them of hurt and evil was multiples of that, with no compensation, neither deferred nor immediate, for they were being punished for their sins. And the believers were being tested, so that their faith might be purified and their good deeds multiplied. For the believer knows God, so if he is harmed, he counts his suffering with God, and if he exerts effort or spends wealth, he spends it for God, and counts its reward with God.
and faith has, within the heart, a sweetness and a delight beyond which nothing can ever be an equivalent. The prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "3 qualities, whoever has them will find, through them, the sweetness of faith, that God and his messenger are more beloved to him than anything else, that he loves a person, loving him only for God's sake, and that he hates to return to unbelief after God has rescued him from it, as he would hate to be cast into the fire." This is related in the 2 Sahas, 111, and in Sahih Muslim, "He has tasted the flavour of faith who is pleased with God as Lord, with Islam as religion, and with Muhammad as prophet." 112. And just as God forbade his prophet to be overtaken by grief or constriction because of those who did not enter Islam at the beginning, so too at its end. The believer is forbidden to grieve over them, or to be constricted by their scheming. And many people, when they see what is reprehensible, or see many of the conditions of Islam altered, panic and grow weary, 113, and wail as those wail who are struck by calamity. But he is forbidden this. Rather he is commanded to patience, trust in God, and steadfastness upon the religion of Islam, and to have faith in God together with those who are conscious of him and those who do good, and to know that the end belongs to the God-conscious, and that whatever has befallen him is due to his sins. So let him be patient, for God's promise is true, and let him seek forgiveness for his sin, and let him glorify his Lord's praise in the evenings and the mornings. And his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, and it will return strange as it began, can bear 2 meanings. One of them is that in some places and times it returns strange among them, then becomes manifest, just as at the beginning it was strange and then became manifest. Hence, he said, it will return strange as it began. For when it began, it was strange. It was not recognized. Then it became manifest and was known. Thus it will return again until it is not recognized. Then it will become manifest and recognized. So, during that period, those who know it will be fewer than those who knew it at first. And it may also mean that at the end of the world there will remain only a few Muslims, and this will only be after the Dajjal and after Gog and Magog, when the hour draws near. Then God will send a wind that will take the soul of every believing man and every believing woman, and then the resurrection will come to pass. But before that, he, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "There will never cease to be a group from my community manifest upon the truth. Those who oppose them and those who abandon them will not harm them, until the hour is established." This hadith is in the 2 Sahas, 114, and it comes through many routes like it. For the truthful one has informed that there will never cease to be, within his community, a group possessing strength, manifest upon the truth, mighty. Neither the opposer will harm them, nor the abandoning forsaker. 115. Therefore, that Islam should remain strange and abased throughout the whole earth before the hour. This cannot be. And his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, and it will return strange as it began. The greatest form of its strangeness is when those who entered it apostatize from it. God, exalted is he, says, O you who have attained to faith, if any of you turns back from his religion, God will in time bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him, humble towards the believers, mighty against the deniers of the truth, striving hard in God's cause, and not fearing the blame of any blamer. 554. It is they who will uphold it when those others turn away from it. And thus, too, it began as something strange, and did not cease to grow in strength until it spread. So likewise it may become strange in many places and times, and then become manifest until God, mighty and majestic, establishes it. Thus it was with Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. When he assumed authority, much of Islam had become strange to many people, so much so that among them were those who did not even know that wine is forbidden. Then God made manifest, through him, within Islam, what had become strange. And in the Sunan, truly, God will raise up for this community, at the head of every 100 years, one who renews for it its religion. 116. And renewal only comes after effacement, and that is the very strangeness of Islam. This hadith, 117, gives the Muslim to know that he must not despair, because those who know the reality of Islam are few, nor should his breast become tight because of that. Nor should he fall into doubt about the religion of Islam, just as the matter was when it began. God, exalted is He, says, "And if you are in doubt about what we have bestowed from on high upon you, then ask those who read the book before you." 1094. And there are other verses and proofs pointing to the soundness of Islam. And likewise, when it becomes strange, its adherent stands in need of evidences and proofs like those that were needed at the beginning of the affair. God, exalted is He, says, "Am I then to seek a judge other than God, when it is He who has bestowed upon you the book clearly spelled out?" 6. And those to whom we have given the book know that it is bestowed from on high by your Lord in truth, so do not be among those who doubt. Quotations. And perfect in truth and justice is your Lord's word. None can change his words, and he alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. 15. And if you were to follow most of those on earth, they would but lead you astray from God's path. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. 6. 116. And God, exalted is He, says, "Do you think that most of them hear or use their reason? They are but like cattle. Nay, they are even farther astray from the path." 25:44. And strangeness may occur in some parts of its law, and this may happen in some places. Thus, in many places, some of its laws become hidden from them, so that what becomes strange among them is known only by one person after another. Yet blessedness is for the one who holds fast to that law, as God and his messenger commanded, for making it manifest and enjoining it and denouncing whoever opposes it. All of this depends on one's strength and the helpers at one's disposal. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Whoever among you sees a wrong, let him change it with his hand, and if he cannot, then with his tongue, and if he cannot, then with his heart, and beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed." 118. This hadith indicates that Islam cannot be, before the hour comes, abased and strange throughout the whole earth. And if it is decreed that among people there are those upon whom evil falls in this world and in the next, contrary to what God has promised his messenger and those who follow him, then this is due to their sins and the deficiency of their Islam, like the defeat that befell them on the day of Uhud. Otherwise God, exalted is he, has said, "Truly we shall help our messengers and those who have attained to faith in the life of this world and on the day when all witnesses shall stand up." 40:51. And he, exalted is he, has said, "And indeed our word has gone forth unto our servants, the messengers, that they shall surely be helped, and that our hosts shall surely be victorious." 37, 171, 73.
And in what God, exalted is He, has narrated of the stories of the prophets and their followers, their victory and their deliverance, and the destruction of their enemies, there is a lesson, and God knows best. If it is said, His saying, blessed and exalted is He, if any of you turns back from his religion, God will in time bring forth a people whom He loves and who love Him. Is an address to that generation, like His saying, exalted is He. God has promised those of you who have attained to faith and do righteous deeds that He will most certainly cause them to succeed others on earth as He caused those before them to succeed. 24:54. And for this reason the prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, clarified that they were the people of Yemen, who entered Islam when those among the Arabs who apostatized did apostatize. And this indicates that in the end there will remain no believer. It is said in reply, His saying, blessed and exalted is He, O you who have attained to faith, is an address to everyone among the believers to whom the Qur'an has reached, like the other kinds of this address, such as His saying, exalted is He. O you who have attained to faith. When you rise to pray, 5:6, and the like of it. Likewise, His saying, exalted is He. God has promised those of you who have attained to faith. 24:5. And both have occurred and will occur as God, mighty and majestic, has informed. For whenever a group has apostatized from Islam, God has brought a people whom He loves and who love Him to strive in its defense, and they are the victorious group until the hour is established. This is made clear by the fact that He mentioned this within the context of forbidding alliance with the unbelievers. Thus God, exalted is He, says, O you who have attained to faith, do not take the Jews and the Christians for allies. They are allies of one another, and whoever of you takes them for allies becomes one of them. Truly, God does not guide wrongdoing people. 5:51. And so you see those in whose hearts there is a disease hasten towards them, saying, we fear lest a change of fortune befall us. But it may well be that God will bring victory or an ordinance from Himself, and then they will become full of regret over what they had hidden within themselves. 52. Up to His saying, O you who have attained to faith. If any of you turns back from his religion, God will in time bring forth a people whom He loves and who love Him. 50. Thus those addressed by the forbiddance of allying with Jews and Christians are the very ones addressed by the verse of apostasy. And it is known that this includes all generations of this community. And this is what forbade alliance with the unbelievers, and made plain that whoever among those addressed takes them for allies becomes one of them. It has made plain that whoever among them allies himself with them and apostatizes from the religion of Islam does not harm Islam in any way. Rather, God will bring forth 110. There was here the expression, even from foreigners, and it has no meaning here. Therefore, we deleted it. 111. From the Hadath of Anas. 112. From the Hadath of Al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib. 113. Colour, he grew weary. 114. Related by the two sheikhs from the Hadath of Muawiyah, and from the Hadath of Al-Mughira, and Muslim from the Hadath of Thawban, and from the Hadath of Jabir ibn Samurah, with the wording, this religion will not cease to stand, with a group fighting for it. And from the Hadath of Jabir ibn Abdullah, with the wording, there will never cease to be a group from my community fighting for the truth manifest until the day of resurrection. And from the Hadath of Muawiyah, with its wording, a group from my community will never cease to be manifest upon the truth
until the day of resurrection. And from the hadith of Muawiyah with its wording, there will never cease to be a band from the Muslims fighting, manifest upon the truth over their opponents until the day of resurrection. And from the hadith of Uqba ibn Amir with its wording, there will never cease to be a band from my community who fight upon God's command, manifest. Their enemies will not harm them until the hour overtakes them while they are in that state. And it is also sound from the hadith of Umar, and Imran ibn Hussein, and Abu Huraira, and Qur'an ibn Iyas, and Salama ibn Nufail. 115. Ibn Taymiyyah clarified elsewhere that the people are divided into three groups: a group that strives to support the religion, and it is the victorious, aided group that fights the corrupt deviators from the law of Islam; a group that opposes and deviates from the law of Islam; and a group that abandons striving against those who deviate from the law of Islam, even if they are themselves correct Muslims. Then he said, "So let a man see whether he belongs to the victorious group, or to the abandoning group, or to the opposing group, for there remains a fourth group." Fatawa 28/417. Al-Nawawi said, "As for this group," Al-Bukhari said, "they are the people of knowledge." Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, "If they are not the people of hadith, then I do not know who they are." Qadr Iyad said, Ahmad meant by them the people of the Sunnah and the community, and those who hold the doctrine of the people of hadith. Sharh al-Nawawi 4/584. I say what he meant is certainly the working scholars, not the scholars who merely abandon action, because the hadith indicates that this group is the one that upholds Islam in knowledge and action. In knowledge by holding the truth as belief, and in action by striving in its path. 1-16. Abu Dawud related it from the hadith of Abu Huraira with the wording, "Truly, God will raise up for this community, at the head of every 100 years, one who renews for it its religion." And none of the four authors of the Sunan related it besides him. Al-Hakim related it in Al-Mustadrak, and Al-Alban declared it sound in Sahih al-Jami'. He said, "Its chain is sound. Its narrators are trustworthy men of Muslim." Al-Silsila al-Sahihah 251. What is meant by the head of the 100 is the end of the 100, and raising up means sending. The meaning is that God sends, at the end of the century, a well-known scholar who works to spread the Sunnah, revive it, call to it, and put to death innovations and newly introduced matters. Many have spoken about this hadith, and whether the one sent is at the head of the century, i.e. at the beginning of it, or at its end. See Al-Mabud 11-385, there is expansion there. And the renewing is only after effacement, and that is the strangeness of Islam. 117. That is the hadith. Islam began as something strange. 118. Related by all the compilers except Al-Bukhari from the hadith of Abu Sa'd al-Khudr, and its ending is, "And beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed." But his wording, "Beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed," is from the narration of Ibn Mas'ud. Muslim related it. "No prophet did God send to any community before me, except that he had in his community disciples and companions who took hold of his sunnah and followed his command. Then there came after them successors who say what they do not do, and do what they were not commanded. So whoever strives against them with his hand is a believer, and whoever strives against them with his tongue is a believer, and whoever strives against them with his heart is a believer, and beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed."
It is bound to happen that people will be touched by some hardship in this world, and God does indeed bestow blessings upon his servants. Yet the hardship that reaches the Muslim is less, and the blessings that come to him are more. Thus, the Muslims at the beginning of Islam, though they were tried by the hurt inflicted by the unbelievers and by being driven out from their homes, still what came to the unbelievers of ruin was far greater. And whatever might come to the unbelievers of honour or wealth, the Muslims would attain of it more than they. 110. For the messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, despite how the idolaters strove by every possible way to harm him, God would ward it off from him, strengthen him, protect him, and grant him victory by virtue of his being mightier than Quraysh. There was none among them but that he might harm him. Yet in the one who could not repel him there was awe of him. For every great one has another great one who contends with him, rivals him, opposes him, and becomes his enemy. Such is the condition of those who do not follow Islam. They fear one another, and they hope from one another. And as for his followers, those who emigrated to Abyssinia were honoured by the king of Abyssinia and treated with the utmost dignity and esteem. And those who emigrated to Medina were still more honoured and mightier. And whatever worldly hurt reached them, they were compensated for it swiftly by faith, by its sweetness and delight, through which they bore that hurt. As for their enemies, what reached them of hurt and evil was multiples of that, with no compensation, neither deferred nor immediate, for they were being punished for their sins. And the believers were being tried, so that their faith might be purified and their good deeds multiplied. That is because the believer serves God. If he is harmed, he counts his suffering with God, and if he exerts effort or spends wealth, he does so for God, and counts his reward with God. And faith has, within the heart, a sweetness and a delight for which nothing can ever be a substitute. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Three qualities, whoever has them will find through them the sweetness of faith, that God and his messenger are more beloved to him than anything else, that he loves a person, loving him only for God, and that he hates to return to unbelief after God has rescued him from it, as he would hate to be cast into the fire." It is related in the two Sahihs, 111, and in Sahih Muslim, "He has tasted the flavour of faith who is pleased with God as Lord, with Islam as religion, and with Muhammad as prophet." 112. And just as God forbade his prophet to be overtaken by grief or constriction because of those who did not enter Islam at the beginning, so too at its end. The believer is forbidden to grieve over them, or to be constricted by their scheming. 110. There was here the phrase, even from foreigners, and it has no meaning here. Therefore it was omitted. 111. From the hadith of Anas. 112. From the hadith of Al-Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib. At the beginning of the matter, it is likewise at its end. The believer is forbidden to grieve over them, or to be constricted by their scheming. And many people, when they see what is reprehensible, or see many of the conditions of Islam altered, panic and grow weary, 113, and wail as those wail who are struck by calamity. But he is forbidden this. Rather, he is commanded to patience, trust in God, and steadfastness upon the religion of Islam, and to have faith in God together with those who are conscious of him and those who do good, and to know that the end belongs to the God-conscious, and that whatever has befallen him is due to his sins. So let him be patient, for God's promise is true, and let him seek forgiveness for his sin, and let him glorify his Lord's praise in the evenings and the mornings. And his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, and it will return strange as it began, can bear two meanings. One of them is that in some places and times it returns strange among them, then becomes manifest, just as at the beginning it was strange, and then became manifest. Hence, he said, it will return strange as it began. For when it began, it was strange, it was not recognized. Then it became manifest and was known. Thus it will return again, until it is not recognized. Then it will become manifest and recognized. So, during that interval, those who know it will be fewer than those who knew it at first. And it may also mean that at the end of the world there will remain only a few Muslims, and this will only be after the Dajjal and after Gog and Magog, when the hour draws near. Then God will send a wind that will take the soul of every believing man and every believing woman, and then the resurrection will come to pass. But before that, he, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "There will never cease to be a group from my community manifest upon the truth. Those who oppose them and those who abandon them will not harm them until the hour is established." And this hadith is in the two Sahihs and is narrated in many similar reports through numerous routes. 113. Kala, he grew weary. For the truthful one has informed that there will never cease to be within his community a group possessing strength, manifest upon the truth, mighty. Neither the opposer will harm them, nor the abandoning forsaker. 115. Therefore, that Islam should remain strange and abased throughout the whole earth before the hour. This cannot be. And his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, and it will return strange as it began. The greatest form of its strangeness is when those who entered it apostatize from it. And God, exalted is he, says, O you who have attained to faith, if any of you turns back from his religion, God will in time bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him, humble towards the believers, mighty against the deniers of the truth, striving hard in God's cause and not fearing the blame of any blamer. Pint 5, 54. It is they who will uphold it when those others turn away from it. And thus, too, it began as something strange and did not cease to grow in strength until it spread. So, likewise, it may become strange in many places and times, and then become manifest until God, mighty and majestic, establishes it. Thus it was with Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz. When he assumed authority, much of Islam had become strange to many people. So much so that among them were those who didn't even know that wine is forbidden. Then God made manifest through him within Islam what had become strange. And in the Sunan, truly God will raise up for this community, at the head of every 100 years, one who renews for it its religion. 116, 114. Related by the two sheikhs from the Hadith of Muawiyah and from the Hadith of Al-Mughira, and by Muslim from the Hadith of Thawban, and from the Hadith of Jabir ibn Samurah, with the wording, "This religion will not cease to stand, with a group fighting for it," and from the Hadith of Jabir ibn Abdullah, with the wording, "There will never cease to be a group from my community fighting for the truth, manifest until the day of resurrection," and from the Hadith of Muawiyah, with the wording, "A group from my community will never cease to be manifest upon the truth until the day of resurrection," and from the Hadith of Muawiyah, with the wording, "There will never cease to be a band from the Muslims fighting manifest upon the truth over their opponents until the day of resurrection," and from the Hadith of Uqba ibn Amir, with the wording, "There will never cease to be a band from my community who fight upon God's command manifest,
Their enemies will not harm them until the hour overtakes them while they are in that state.
It is also sound from the hadith of Umar, Imran ibn Hussein, Abu Huraira, Qurra ibn Iyas, and Salama ibn Nufail. 115. Ibn Taymiyyah clarified elsewhere that people are divided into three groups. 1. A group that strives to support the religion, and it is the victorious, aided group that fights the corrupt deviators from the law of Islam. 2. A group that opposes and deviates from the law of Islam. 3. A group that abandons striving against those who deviate from the law of Islam, even if they are themselves correct Muslims. Then he said, "So let a man see whether he belongs to the victorious group, or to the abandoning group, or to the opposing group, for there remains a fourth group." Fatawa 28-417. Al-Nawawi said, "As for this group, Al-Bukhari said, they are the people of knowledge." Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, "If they are not the people of hadith, then I do not know who they are." Qad Iyad said, "Ahmad meant by them the people of the Sunnah and the community, and those who hold the doctrine of the people of hadith." Shah al-Nawawi 4584. I say what he meant is certainly the working scholars, not scholars who merely abandon action, because the hadith indicates that this group is the one that upholds Islam in knowledge and action, in knowledge by holding the truth as belief, and in action by striving in its path. 116. Abu Dawud related it from the hadith of Abu Huraira, with the wording, "Truly, God will raise up for this community at the head of every 100 years, one who renews for it its religion." And none of the four authors of the Sunan related it besides him. Al-Hakim related it in Al-Mustadrak, and Al-Alban declared it sound in Sahih al-Jami'. He said, "Its chain is sound. Its narrators are trustworthy men of Muslim." Al-Silsila al-Sahaha 2151. What is meant by the head of the 100 is the end of the 100, and raising up means sending. The meaning is that God sends, at the end of the century, a well-known scholar who works to spread the Sunnah, revive it, call to it, and put to death innovations and newly introduced matters. Many have spoken about this hadith and whether the one sent is at the head of the century, i.e. at the beginning of it, or at its end. See Al-Ma'bud 11.385, there is expansion there. And the renewing is only after effacement, and that is the strangeness of Islam. And renewal only comes after effacement, and that is the very strangeness of Islam. This hadith 117 gives the Muslim to know that he must not despair, because those who know the reality of Islam are few, nor should his breast become tight because of that. Nor should he fall into doubt about the religion of Islam, just as the matter was when it began. God exalted is He says, "And if you are in doubt about what we have bestowed from on high upon you, then ask those who read the book before you." 1094. And there are other verses and proofs pointing to the soundness of Islam. And likewise, when it becomes strange, its adherent stands in need of evidences and proofs like those that were needed at the beginning of the affair. God, exalted is He, says, "Am I then to seek a judge other than God, when it is He who has bestowed upon you the book clearly spelled out?" 6:114. And perfect in truth and justice is your Lord's word. None can change His words, and He alone is all-hearing, all-knowing. 6:115. And if you were to follow most of those on earth, they would but lead you astray from God's path. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. 6:16. And God, exalted is He, says, "Do you think that most of them hear or use their reason? They are but like cattle. Nay, they are even farther astray from the path." 25. 44. And strangeness may occur in some parts of its law, and this may happen in some places. Thus, in many places, some of its laws become hidden from them, so that what becomes strange among them is known only by one person after another. Yet blessedness is for the one who holds fast to that law, as God and his messenger commanded. For making it manifest, and enjoining it, and denouncing whoever opposes it, all of this depends on one's strength and the helpers at one's disposal. The Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "Whoever among you sees a wrong, let him change it with his hand, and if he cannot, then with his tongue, and if he cannot, then with his heart. And beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed." 118, 117. That is, the hadith, Islam, began as something strange. 118, related by all the compilers except Al-Bukhari, from the hadith of Abu Sa'd al-Khudra, and its ending is, "And beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed." But his wording, "Beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed," is from the narration of Ibn Mas'ud. Muslim related it. "No prophet did God send to any community before me, except that he had in his community disciples and companions who took hold of his sunnah and followed his command. Then there came after them successors who say what they do not do, and do what they were not commanded. So whoever strives against them with his hand is a believer, and whoever strives against them with his tongue is a believer, and whoever strives against them with his heart is a believer, and beyond that there is not of faith even the weight of a mustard seed. And if it is decreed that among people there are those upon whom evil falls in this world and in the next, contrary to what God has promised his messenger and those who follow him, then this is due to their sins and the deficiency of their Islam, like the defeat that befell them on the day of Uhud. Otherwise, God, exalted is he, has said, "Truly we shall help our messengers and those who have attained to faith in the life of this world and on the day when all witnesses shall stand up." 40:51. And he, exalted is he, has said, "And indeed our word has gone forth unto our servants, the messengers, that they shall surely be helped, and that our hosts shall surely be victorious." 37, 171, 173. And in what God, exalted is he, has narrated of the stories of the prophets and their followers, their victory and their deliverance, and the destruction of their enemies, there is a lesson, and God knows best. This is made clear by the fact that he mentioned this within the context of forbidding alliance with the unbelievers. Thus God, exalted is he, says, "O you who have attained to faith, do not take the Jews and the Christians for allies. They are allies of one another, and whoever of you takes them for allies becomes one of them." Truly, God does not guide wrongdoing people. 551. And so you see those in whose hearts there is a disease hasten towards them, saying, "We fear lest a change of fortune befall us." But it may well be that God will bring victory, or an ordinance from himself, and then they will become full of regret over what they had hidden within themselves. 5:52. Up to his saying, "O you who have attained to faith, if any of you turns back from his religion, God will in time bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him." 5:4. Thus those addressed by the forbiddance of allying with Jews and Christians are the very ones addressed by the verse of apostasy. And it is known that this includes all generations of this community. And this is what forbade alliance with the unbelievers, and made plain that whoever among those addressed takes them for allies becomes one of them. It has made plain that whoever among them allies himself with them and apostatizes from the religion of Islam does not harm Islam in any way. Rather, God will bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him, and the believers will fight the unbelievers and strive in God's path, not fearing the blame of any blamer, as he said in the beginning. So it is by these that people disbelieve, and by these we were not disbelievers. These are those who did not enter Islam, and those who came out of it after having entered it. They do not harm Islam in anything. Rather, God will raise up those who believe in his messenger and support his religion until the hour comes. And the people of Yemen are among those whom God brought forth when those who apostatized. For they did turn back to Islam when those turned back. Yet the verse is not confined to them, nor is there in the Hadith anything that necessitates specifying them. 119. Rather, God has informed that he will bring others besides the people of Yemen, such as the children of Persia. 120. Thus the promise is not restricted to them. Indeed, God, exalted is he, has said, O you who have attained to faith, what is amiss with you, that when you are told, go forth in God's cause, you cling heavily to the earth? Are you content with the life of this world in preference to the life to come? But the enjoyment of this world, compared with the life to come, is but little. If you do not go forth, he will cause you to suffer grievous suffering and will replace you with another people, and you will not harm him in anything, for God has power over all things. 9:38-39. And this too is an address for every generation, and he has informed in it that whoever holds back from the jihad he is commanded with will be punished and will be replaced by one who fulfills jihad. And this is the reality. And likewise his saying in another verse, what is amiss with you that you do not spend in God's cause? 57:10, 119. Perhaps the hadith referred to is what Ibn Jarar and Ibn Abi Hatim narrated from Abu Musa al-Ash'ar. He said, when the verse was revealed, God will in time bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him. 50. The messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, said, they are this people, and he pointed to Abu Musa. Sheikh Ahmad Muhammad Shakir said, a sound hadith. Ibn Sa'd narrated it, and Al-Hakim, and he said, sound according to Muslims' conditions, though Muslim did not relate it. Al-Dhahab agreed with him. Al-Haytham mentioned it and said, Al-Tabaran narrated it, and its narrators are the narrators of the Sahih. Umdat al-Tafsir, Foras 178. 120. Perhaps he is indicating by this the hadith narrated by Ibn Jarir and Ibn Abi Hatim from Abu Huraira, God be pleased with him. He said, when this verse was revealed, and if you turn away, he will replace you with another people, and then they will not be the likes of you. 47:38. They said, O Messenger of God, who are those people who will replace us, and then not be like us? He struck Salman the Persian on his shoulder and said, this man and his people. If faith were at the Pleiades, men from these would surely attain it. Ibn Kathir said, Muslim Ibn Khalid al-Zanj is alone in narrating it. Some have spoken about it. Ibn Kathir said, in it there is some discussion. Then Ibn Hajar summarized the people's discussion and said, thus what he alone narrated cannot be rejected. And in the two Sahas from Abu Huraira, and others among them who have not yet joined them. 62. I said, who are they, O Messenger of God? The Messenger of God, God bless him and grant him peace, did not answer him until Salman asked 3 times. Then the Messenger of God placed his hand upon Salman and said, if faith were at the Pleiades,
men from these would surely attain it. That you do not spend in God's cause when God inherits the heavens and the earth. 57:10. And his saying, exalted is he, and whoever is miserly only against his own self. For God is self-sufficient, whereas you stand in need. And if you turn away, he will replace you with another people, and then they will not be the likes of you. 47:38. For he has informed that whoever holds back from jihad with his own self, or from spending in God's cause, God will replace him with others. This, then, is the state of the cowardly miser. God replaces him with one who supports Islam and spends for it. So what, then, of the state of one who apostatizes from Islam altogether? 121. God will bring forth a people whom he loves and who love him, humble towards the believers, mighty against the unbelievers, striving hard in God's cause, not fearing the blame of any blamer. And this is found among the people of knowledge, worship, fighting, and wealth. 122. Within these four categories are believers striving, aided, victorious, until the hour comes, as there are among them those who apostatize or those who hold back from jihad and spending. And likewise his saying, exalted is he. God has promised those of you who have attained to faith and do righteous deeds that he will most certainly cause them to succeed, others on earth. 24. This promise is appropriate for everyone who is characterized by this description. Thus, when the first generations were characterized by it, God caused them to succeed, as he promised. And thereafter a people have been characterized by it, according to their faith and their righteous deeds. So whoever is more perfect in faith and righteous action, his succession is more complete. And if there is deficiency and flaw, there will be deficiency and flaw in his empowerment. And that is because this is the recompense of this action. Whoever establishes that action deserves that recompense. Yet so long as a generation remains like the first generation, there is no blame if the first generation empowers as it did. He, God bless him and grant him peace, said, "The best of generations is my generation, then those who follow them, then those who follow them." 123. But this may be the case only for some people within a given generation, just as it occurs for some Muslims in some lands, as is known at every time. As for his saying, God bless him and grant him peace, indeed God will send a wind that will take the soul of every. Shir 24. 121. It is unclear. Perhaps it originally read, "And likewise will be the state of one who apostatizes from Islam altogether, and God knows best." Shin 22. In the original it was with. Shin 23. Related by all the compilers except Ibn Majah from the hadith of Imran ibn Hussein, and by Al-Nasr from the hadith of Ibn Mas'ud. And it has already been related earlier in more than this. 124. Muslim related it from the hadith of Abu Hurairah, with its wording, "Indeed, God will send a wind from Yemen, softer than silk. It will not leave anyone in whose heart is the weight of an atom of faith, except that it will take him. This will only be near the hour after the time, when there remains no believer. That, however, contains no apostasy. It is simply the death of the believers. And he did not say, if every believer dies, God will replace them. Rather, this promise pertains only to when some people apostatize from their religion. And this promise is among what is used as evidence that the community will not unite upon misguidance and will not apostatize altogether. Rather, there must remain among the believers those who are manifest until the hour comes. For if every believer dies, then the hour has already come. And this is like the hadith on knowledge. Indeed, God does not take away knowledge by snatching it away from people. Rather, he takes away knowledge by taking away the scholars. Then, when no scholar remains, people take ignorant leaders. They are asked and give religious verdicts without knowledge, so they go astray and lead others astray. And the hadith is famous in the Sihah, 126, from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Amr, from the Prophet, God bless him and grant him peace. If it is said in the hadith of Ibn Mas'ud, 127, and others, it is said, "The Qur'an will be made to travel away, so that there will not remain of it a verse in the written pages, nor a verse in the breasts." And this contradicts what has been said. It is said, it is not so. For the taking away of knowledge is not the taking away of the Qur'an by the evidence of the other hadith. 128. Rather, this is the time when knowledge is taken away. Some of the helpers said, this is the time when knowledge is taken away. So how can it be taken away while? 125. Meaning the hadith. There will never cease to be a group. The hadith. 126. Related by all from the hadith of Abdullah ibn Amr, except Al-Nasa and Abu Dawud. 127. The hadith of Ibn Mas'ud. The Hafiz said, Al-Tabaran narrated it, and its chain is sound, but it is mawquf. Fath al-Bar, 13-12. Its wording, as Ibn Hajar mentioned, includes, and the Qur'an will be made to travel away from between their backs in a single night, so that it will depart from the hearts of men, and there will not remain of it anything on earth. As for and others, perhaps what is intended is what Ibn Majah narrated from Hudayfa, and in it, and the book of God will be made to travel away in a single night, so that there will not remain on earth a verse. Ibn Hajar said, its chain is strong, and Al-Busayr said in Al-Zawaid, its chain is sound, its men are trustworthy. Al-Hakim related it and said, sound according to Muslims' conditions, and Al-Dahabsus agreed. Al-Alban said, it is mawquf. Al-Silsila al-Sahihah, 1.127. His saying, and this contradicts this, means this report implies the removal of knowledge from the breasts and its taking away, thus contradicting the hadith of Abdullah ibn Amr. Then the author begins to respond to this. 128. Ibn Majah related it from the hadith of Ziyad ibn Labd, and in Al-Zawaid it says, this chain, the Qur'an, and we recite it to our women and our children. Then he said, may your mother lose you, Ziyad. I used to consider you among the jurists of the people of Medina. Do the Torah and the Gospel not remain among the Jews and the Christians? So what do those scriptures avail them? Thus it becomes clear that the mere survival of memorizing the book does not necessitate this knowledge, especially since the Qur'an is recited by the hypocrite and the believer alike, and is recited by the illiterate who knows the book only by rote. Al-Hasan al-Basri said, knowledge is of two kinds, knowledge in the heart and knowledge on the tongue. The knowledge of the heart is the beneficial knowledge, and the knowledge on the tongue is God's proof against his servants. Thus, when God takes away the scholars, there remain those who recite the Qur'an without knowledge. So it will be made to travel away from the written pages and the breasts. If it is said, in the Sahih Hadith of Hudayfa, they spoke about the taking away of trust, amana. A man sleeps asleep, and the trust is taken away from his heart, leaving its trace like a spot, al-waqt. Then he sleeps another sleep, and the trust is taken away from his heart, leaving its trace like the blister trace, al-majl, on a man's foot. He sees it swollen, but there is nothing within it. 130. It is said, the taking away of trust
and the taking away of faith is not the taking away of knowledge. For a person may be given faith even while his knowledge is deficient. Thus, faith of this sort may be lifted from his breast, like the faith of the children of Israel when they saw the calf. But as for one to whom Qur'an and faith have been given, and by them he has attained knowledge, this is not lifted from his breast. And one like this never apostatizes from Islam, unlike the case of one who has only Qur'an, or only faith. 129. It has also been related as a marfu report, but it is not sound. 130. Al-Waqt, a slight trace. Al-Majl, the blistering that occurs on the hand from work, becoming like a small swelling with little water within it. Al-Minbar, a raised place. Shah al-Nawar, 21169. This may be lifted, and that is the reality. But most commonly we find apostasy in one who has Qur'an without knowledge and faith, or in one who has faith without knowledge and Qur'an. But as for one to whom Qur'an and faith have been given, and by them he has attained knowledge, this is not lifted from his breast, and God knows best.